Welcome to the adventure that is Levitov Chess giving Peter Svidler the reins for the technical side of the broadcast, and it's already been a very, very interesting last hour and a half. But we are live now, and with me is Vladimir Kramnik, which I am very, very grateful for, because after what happened in the past couple of hours, I'm very much enjoying the idea of asking you a question and then just listening for the next 10 minutes and catching my breath. Thanks very much for doing this.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Peter.
And let me check if people can actually hear us and see us. I do have the chat open somewhere, I promise you. So obviously the big event is upon us, 10 minutes before the start of the first game. What do we think? What's the expectation? Like, what's your first thought when you think about today? We can get to the openings and the more technical side after, but like your general feelings about the match.
So about the first game or about the match?
About the match in general. We'll get to the first game in a moment.
Yeah. About the match, I'm pretty sure it's going to be an interesting match. If this one is not going to be interesting, then we should move to No Castle Chess, in the next in 2 years, that's for sure, because the most entertaining players, and Jan is known to be a very imaginative player, sharp. Magnus is also actually lately playing, last year he's playing sharper than he used to play 10, let's say, years ago. It's going to be interesting match. Probably we will see more than 0 decisive games this time. I'm pretty sure about it. And chances, I have nothing, Peter, I have nothing really interesting to say about it. Magnus is a certain favorite. How big is he a favorite? I don't know. It very much depends on the preparation. And that's why I usually give more accurate, let's say, more precise prognosis after the first couple of games, when you can already start to judge in what form are the players, what is the preparation. Before the match, nothing really original I can say about it. The winning chances are 50-50. Whether, like in this old joke, whether one player will win, whether another player.
That is true. And I wanted to also say that I think games 1 and 2 will actually give us a much clearer picture of what's what, because both of them haven't really played very much classical chess. Couple of years now, and for obvious reasons, but also even with the with the calendar somewhat restarting, you have to say that playing a full calendar prior to a match like this would have been very unexpected. So we don't really know what to expect in terms of openings, and we don't really have any idea. Much more importantly, I think, which form they're in. And when you talk about Magnus, you have to mention that, of course, he's world number 1 and has been world number 1 for quite some time, but he hasn't had the best couple of years, right? In particular in classical chess. So it will be interesting to see, if he can produce his quote unquote A game for this match, because obviously, if you're excited about something in your career, it has to be a title match, and we are expecting him to raise his game for it. So,
I would say, Peter, I would say that the last tournament he played, the first half was really not impressive, but the second half, the level was getting better already, Magnus. So I have a feeling he is slowly getting into the form. At least looking at his tournament games, if, let's say, Vaikanze was really shaky, then World Cup was already better, still not perfect. A certain improvement in Stavanger, and it looks like a logical path to his shape. I would say it's much less clear about Jan. I mean, because he played even less, and he played very little classical chess. So, and the last tournament he played Stavanger was not a success. So that is more of a question. What is about his form? Yeah, that is very difficult to judge.
It is very difficult to judge, but from what we've seen, we know that he took it very, very seriously, even without the interviews, even without his statements on that subject. Just judging by photograph. Judging simply by pictures you can see online. He definitely made a very serious effort to get himself into shape, which I think will be quite important for a match like this. But yeah, the lack of sort of meaningful classical practice should be a factor. People are somewhat surprised we're doing this in English. It's still going to be in English once the match starts, guys. This is the channel where things are in English. Levitov Chess does have a Russian channel. It will have a very, very star-studded field as well. If you do speak Russian, I would suggest you check that out as well. But yeah, this channel is...
I want also to add that I'm going to move to today. Actually, I'm going to be here with Peter for the first couple of hours, and then I'm going to move to the Russian-speaking channel. So, but why I'm here? Because Peter is commenting in English. His English is, you all know that it's much better than his Russian. So I decided just to pay respect to Peter and to speak English, even if my English is not that perfect, but not to spoil the fun. Yeah. So sorry for, I guess all the spectators will clearly see the difference in our English, but I'm just going to be here for a couple of hours, and when you will have more than enough of my broken English, I'm going to leave you, and you will enjoy Peter's perfect Oxford English.
Really isn't, but yeah, I appreciate the love and everything. So, what do you think about the openings? I've had this question quite a bit in the last few days. I streamed on a couple of different channels prior to this stream, and people are obviously, it's a very interesting guessing game, and I don't know what to think, honestly, because Jan has played. I don't think he's ever been like a proper 1d4 player in his career, but he definitely played a lot of 1e4 and a lot of the English. I think his default change up from the e4 and things that follow that is not d4, it's c4 mainly.
Well, the logic says that he should be preparing e4. I mean, I don't know. I guess, for that match, it's a long match and the players had enough time to prepare. I'm pretty sure there is more than one first move in both pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, usually you start with the main weapon. That is, logic says that you are starting with the main weapon just to see what your opponent has prepared, and then according to this you try to see whether you continue with your main weapon, whether you try to jump and to use the second or third weapon. So if my understanding, of course it's not absolutely 100% clear, but the first move which you play in the first game, my guess is it is the move which is your main move in the match. That is just logics, yeah. So we will see. I don't know what is going to be the first move of Jan, but probably it is the main weapon, because the logic again says that you have to check what is going on. What is the preparation of your opponent in your main repertoire.
That is, yeah, I think you probably should be starting sort of the way you're supposed to go on, and don't be alarmed by 1e4 on the live board. And talking about the setup of the stream, the main board, the large board on our right, is going to be the one where we will be doing some analysis, and we have a live board below our portraits. And I assume that the 1e4 you see on the live board is people testing testing the DGT
or
board.
maybe it's a first move, you know.
Yeah,
just
or
they
somebody.
make, some special guest, they make the first move. Or maybe Jan is just so anxious that he cannot wait for clock to start, and he just pushed e4 2 minutes before the start of the game.
Yeah, I think it's extremely likely that some kind of a dignitary is now making a first move, and there is probably some speechifying going on, which although maybe we're behind. Yeah, maybe maybe it's actually it actually is live. And 1e4 as we mentioned is definitely Jan's main weapon and has been for quite some time. And I sort of confidently predicted no Berlins yesterday, but this is making me a little bit scared.
You think it will be Berlin and this queen d4, queen e4?
No, I think queen d4, queen e4 is definitely not happening. But okay, I'm less scared now.
Yeah, that's a logical move, and a trap at the same time, attacking the bishop. Because maybe expecting knight f6, you just castle immediately. No, but seriously, yes, that is also the main weapon of Magnus, playing this classical Rui Lopez. Yeah, also pretty much expected. I think it's doing very well. I mean, normally Black is holding well theoretically in this opening. So yeah, he's just testing Jan, trying to ask him, yeah, what is your preparation here? And well, I have to remind for our spectators that of course Peter is one of the big specialists with both colors.
I'm really
in
hoping
this particular position.
Really hoping it's some kind of a DGT break. I am not enjoying King F1 on my live screen right now. I'm really hoping this gets fixed. We know he hasn't. Yeah, okay. Now it's better. It kind of fixed itself. Hang on a second.
I think you should. I know this trick. You should take the king on e1 and put it on h1, and then the castle will.
No,
be made.
It fixed itself. Yeah, it eventually fixed itself. And Magnus has been playing King f1 with the plan of h4. Yeah, not in this position though. Magnus has played a lot of Marshall over the years, and Jan normally I don't think accepts the invitation to discuss.
Well, for the match, it's a different story. Yeah, of course, if you have a little idea, it's actually not bad. Not a bad try. If you have at least some little idea in Marshall, you just check. Yeah, you just check if your opponent is. Has prepared actually Marshall. H3. Okay, that is old main line, almost main line.
Almost main line. Yeah, and I am. Looks like I'm going to be unable to completely avoid that topic. I was really hoping I will not have to mention the word Brisago today even once, but
yes, of course, I played a lot of this. Yeah, I forgot myself already. It's been a long ago, because we have to maybe explain to the our spectators. So the H3, the idea is that, by the way, I've just recorded the big course on E4, E5, and also explaining there in this course what is the idea behind all these move orders. And H3, so it's very fresh in my memory, I can tell you. So the idea is that if C3 then D5 comes, so Marshall. H3 is the idea to avoid Marshall. I mean, and then Marshall, and in my computer database, there is 230,000 games on Marshall. Of computer games, so that is a bit depressing. So H3, the idea is if Black plays D6, then White would go C3, and then he moves to this main line and avoiding Marshall. So usually Black is playing Bishop B7, and that is what I played with both colors. So that is the main move, kind of, after H3, Bishop B7, and now after Bishop B7, instead of so now again, if C3 then D5 is the idea. So that's why White is usually playing D3 now, and pretending that the Bishop on B7 is a little, it's not always the best place for the Bishop if Black is playing D6. But according to the latest theory, d5 seems to equalize here. Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a game Carlsen in the World Championship match in 2016 when knight a5. This is. I think this is Dubov's idea. Yeah.
This is extremely fresh. Yeah, I think this exists, but yeah, you almost always want to, even if you don't know that Daniel played any games at all in this line, you still assume it's a Dubov idea because it just looks like a Dubov idea.
Yeah. I've seen somewhere he played knight a5. I just don't know if after h3 or not, but I remember him playing.
I think
knight
also
a5.
Magnus played it in the classical Spanish. He played the kind of a, this used to be called, I think not officially, but I would have called it the Gajewski Gambit. And I think that is a slightly different move order. Mm-hmm. It's something along the lines of d6, c3, knight a5, bishop c2, d5. And Magnus played this, I think, in the World Cup against somebody, right?
Well, you know better. You are still playing chess. I'm not, so I'm not quite sure. But I've seen the idea of knight a5. Well, okay, of course, if it works, then it kills the move h3. But somehow logically, yeah, I would suggest that knight takes e5 is a test. Yeah, another idea is d4, but I doubt.
D4, I think, should be fine for black. Yeah, the big question, of course, has to be what is happening here, and
I suspect black would take on b3 sooner or later, then play bishop b7 and play
something
d5.
along those lines. Yes. So you are sort of in spirit. This is very close to that gambit that Vladimir was talking about just now in the bishop b7, d3, d5 line, where play continues, takes, and white. Recently, for instance, I think Alexander Grishuk in the European Championship, which concluded just very, very recently, tried playing knight bd2 here, which is also a serious move. But the main line here, of course, is knight takes e5.
Yeah, knight e5,
knight d4.
Yeah. Now I see what is the idea. So I guess the idea of Magnus is to get the same position, but just avoiding this Grishuk.
Very possibly, yeah. Very possibly.
Yeah.
So you just snap take on b3 because you don't even want to think about white taking on f7, which might actually be a reasonable idea. I'm pretty sure you take on b3 here. You go bishop b7. And I guess white plays d3. D3 looks the most logical because knight
c3 is still d5.
D5 even before exists, which is kind of annoying me as I think about it. And after d3, d5, we get a position which is almost exactly the same as the one we were discussing, but there's one bit of difference. If we assume black takes with the knight, I'm not sure. Maybe queen takes d5 is playable, but queen takes d5 will allow. I mean, you have to at least consider queen f3. So,
I would also consider
knight f3. Yeah,
the knight. But
so the difference here is we have already taken on b3. In this line, black really only takes on b3 when they're completely forced to take on b3. And here.
So maybe that drives me to the idea that maybe Magnus wants to take with the queen.
Yeah, we will see in a moment. Yeah, we will see in a moment because I'm pretty sure d5 is coming. We have already gotten to this position. Yeah, d5 played. Both of them are playing very, very quickly. So, Magnus obviously prepared this, and I'm guessing Jan is not entirely surprised either. So he may have expected this as well. And e5 played, and this is the first really interesting turning point, and he does take with the queen. He does take with the queen.
I would, queen f3. I believe the endgame shouldn't be anything really special, for white.
Yeah, I would assume it's not much. Yeah, it's your typical sort of Marshall-ish compensation. We're taking on f3 here, right? We're not taking on e5.
I don't know. No, I would maybe consider playing rook e8 or some move like that.
What I mean is there is an option of taking on e5 and then taking on f3, but that allows rook takes e7, which I assume we don't want.
Yeah.
Our options here are taking on f3 or
actually lots of options. Yeah, bishop b4, rook e8. I think like rook f8 looks quite logical to me, because anyway it's a move you need to play sooner or later. Probably white would proceed with knight c3 then, I suppose. And then you take f3, knight f3.
Magnus already played bishop d6, and we appear to have a bit of a typo in the in Magnus's name on stream. We will correct it as soon as possible. I'll get on it in a moment. But that wasn't the like we're not having fun here. It's just like I would like to blame myself, but yeah, actually I can blame myself. I could have proofread what I'm streaming, honestly.
Frankly, I cannot because I don't see it on the screen. I mean, the only thing that I don't see is the name because of my size of my screen.
Yeah, we apologize.
But, yeah, there is no.
We apologize, and we'll fix it post haste.
By the way, Peter, I think knight c3, queen takes c5 is the idea. Yeah.
King f1 played instantly. King f1 played. And we were joking about King f1 on move 5, but it actually happened, and not very late in the game either. This is really striking. And
yeah, both players signed the preparation. Of course, queen takes c5.
That was the reason. Yeah,
but then take on b7, queen h2. Yeah, this line looks very principled.
And Magnus instantly goes rook fc8. Yeah, I don't understand anything anymore. Chess is very confusing.
I understand very well everything. I mean, I understand whose proposal is rook fc8. I mean, and it's not a human
it's not a move. Like if you give this position to a human person and you ask him to name the first 10 moves that are, likely to be made in this position, I think rook fc8 doesn't really enter into the 10.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't enter my mind. Rook fc8.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Should we try to guess what is the point of it?
Maybe there are some lines where the queen on b7 is getting like trapped by c7, c6.
Yes, probably like knight c3. I guess queen takes c5.
And our chat is telling that it's actually rook fb8, and the board is glitching again. Rook fb8 I can believe in. Yeah, rook fb8 is a little bit.
Yeah, rook f8. Yeah, rook f8 makes sense because at least I'm threatening queen e5 then. Yeah.
Yeah, let's assume rook fb8 has been played. Yeah, and the importer is just glitchy here. So now queen e5 is obviously a very big threat because queen takes b7 will. Whoops! My arrow drawing skills have not become better in the time that I had to prepare. So, I mean, obviously you can take on d5, but Jan has been trying to avoid taking on d5 for a bit. But I think you actually might have to, right? Because I don't really see...
Yeah, well, why not? Why not? Yes, it looks logical, but I mean, because the rook on b8 is not such an incredible piece. Yes, so I mean, why not now? It's like half tempi, king f1 is useful, rook fb8 is... maybe also a little useful, but not much. So, yeah, that looks logical to try to take on d5. But all in all, yeah, in those endgames, it's a pawn, but it's very difficult for white to make something out of it. Yeah,
it's not easy. And the point, of course, is the reason I think why Jan was hesitating to take is that now you have to deal with this idea of knight b4, and generally, black, I think, is quite happy to get the knight to d5 because you can also start pushing the white pieces away. And it's not even easy to make that. I guess bishop d2 is the next move, right? Because knight b4 really does look...
Yeah, bishop d2. Yeah, but then f6, I suppose, yeah. Rook e8 and even c5 or something.
Yeah, black generally doesn't really suffer very much in these endgames, as we know once again from...
I even have a feeling, Peter, that they had a tiebreak game in Stavanger, which was a different opening, I think, but it went to this kind of endgame finally. Very similar endgame. It was via e4, e5, knight f3, knight c3, knight c6, bishop c4, something like that. Finally, they got the same type of position, yeah. And Magnus started to go g5, h5.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to try to gain space like this on the king side, and mainly, like, it's very difficult to even finish development on the queen side here in any kind of a harmonious manner.
I mean, you can, I guess, even you can play knight c3 and rook c1, but the problem, White's problem in this position is that even if he is, let's say, slightly better nominally, but to win it, I mean, first you have to prove you are any better at all, that you are slightly better. And then if you manage to prove it, usually you realize that there is basically no way to press a point, to press, to win a game with this slight advantage. So it's, but okay, I don't know. Who am I to, I don't know this position. And I guess since Jan have gone for it, it means it has some venom, but it looks like, it's quite quite a comfortable opening outcome for Magnus in this game. That is my feeling. But in after e4, e5, I've explained in my course that it's very difficult. When the player is very well prepared, and this player name is Magnus Carlsen, it's anyway very difficult to get anything special in the opening. But let's see. Maybe it's not so easy still for Black.
Yeah, but I mean, I would assume that, from the speed of play, and Magnus, I think, generally just enjoys these types of positions anyway, with the bishop and the very, very healthy structure. And I think even people who don't have that much experience with, marshals and these marshal adjacent things have come to realize that the extra pawn doesn't really matter such a great deal. One thing I would like to point out is that in this position, you probably maybe should go knight g4, not knight f3. It has just occurred to me, because the knight on f3 actually has no future at all. It doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, but Peter, what I don't like, knight g4, maybe you can get h5.
Yeah, and then I can't really
to get this annoying. But maybe it's nothing, no big deal. h4, g3.
Yeah, knight c3, knight d4.
Knight c3, rook e8. Yeah, no, I guess knight g4, I would go rook e8 or something like that. Yeah. Also, the question if maybe I should just go rook e8.
Yeah, we don't even need to spend a tempo on f6. Yeah, that's also very true. And Jan has finally paused, because they got to this quite unusual position very, very quickly from both sides, but finally a surprise has seemingly appeared on the board. Yeah?
I guess it depends very much if h3 is a kind of main preparation against this Ruy Lopez, or for Jan, or maybe just something for one game to give it a try. If it's a one game idea, he has maybe had some little idea against d5 move, bishop b7 d5 system, then usually you don't really check so much all those sidelines. So and maybe computer, I don't know, but it's possible that computer gives some 0-2 for white. So you say, okay, you are safe here with white. And if it happens, let's just play this position. And of course, when you prepare with black, then of course you go much deeper into this, because you are black and you are fighting for equality. So that is quite a normal outcome, I would say.
One sec. Sorry.
That it's Jan who starts to think. I mean, it's his turn now to think. So, but I don't really see much. Yeah, Peter.
I think black is fine.
Maybe. I mean, what else? Queen g3 doesn't look good at all.
I don't see a way. I don't see a way to avoid the queen trade without really worsening your position a great deal. And it looks like the queens have been traded. We're having very serious issues with the live board, obviously, because clearly he hasn't played. Queen e4.
Now it's okay. So take took on d5, queen d5, knight d5.
So we have this position on the board now. Yeah, I assume bishop d2 is the move to play.
Yeah, it's a typical move, but c3, maybe also c3, at least to try to get knight to d2 f3.
I really hate the idea of playing c3 here.
Yeah, sure. It's not the move you like to play with white, but the little problem with bishop d2 is that you are not even threatening knight c3 next, because get to before. So it's like, black has many.
Maybe we can go knight c3 and rook ac1.
Yeah, maybe. But so I suspect bishop d2 probably is going to be played. And now, yeah, maybe rook e8.
Yeah, I like the look of rook e8. Also, kind of asking the question whether you want to play knight g4 or knight f3.
I guess here already knight f3, yeah, because if knight g4, rook e1, it's getting quite uncomfortable.
Yeah. And apologies for some slight, tech issues. I tried to fix the header and made it worse, so we are back to calling the world champion Manus for now, but it will get fixed as soon as, I can do something right, which is maybe never, but I'm trying. By the end of the match, he will be called properly, yeah, but I'm not sure it will be done today with my fantastic technical skills. One thing we will mention is that you probably never want to play d4 in this position because it just opens more space for black with c5. I don't think white loses after knight f3, but I don't think you want to be, opening more files for black. I think.
Yeah. Usually white should try to keep this structure, at least not to open up the position for the bishops and try to get knight f3. I would say probably knight f3 and then slowly to get out with pieces and to pretend that white is fighting for some plus, which is not totally clear to me if white has even any slightest.
I think if I had this position with black, I would just instantly assume I'm fine. And the question would be if white is inaccurate at some point, can I maybe fight for an advantage? To which the answer I suspect is no.
Should be no. I mean, it's quite difficult to be inaccurate here because also knight f3, white is very solid as well. Yeah.
And question from Bad Seed: what is the fundamental problem with playing c2, c3? You're kind of weakening the d3 pawn. I understand it looks a bit vague right now because no black pieces are even close to attacking the d3 pawn. But, with the bishop on c1, we don't have a light squared bishop. So I would like to keep my structure kind of as solid as possible with as few things black can attack even long term. Even if there's no way to exploit c3 immediately, which I don't think there is. I guess black plays rook e8 anyway.
Yeah, c5. I would say, we can remind the Capablanca, idea that he was teaching us that if you have only one bishop, so you should try, if possible, to put the pawns, your pawns on the other colors, so that your bishop is more active. So after c3, it's very likely white is going to play d4, and then the bishop is, and first of all, the white square bishop of the opponent becomes stronger, and on c1 is becoming a bit limited. I understand it. It's a bit too general, maybe. There is nothing really wrong with the move c3. It's not, but it's. I would also go for probably for bishop d2.
Yeah, I think bishop d2 is like. You have to have a very specific reason for not playing bishop d2 and choosing c3 over it. Let's put it like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so one more try to fix the typo, and then I will.
I mean, in case Peter, in case you cannot manage it, then we should just to make it equal balance. You should make a typo in Jan's name. Then
hooray! It worked. I am so proud of myself. I managed to download a small file and then get OBS to recognize it. It's one of the biggest achievements of my life. I'm so happy. And bishop d2 has actually been played in the meantime. And Magnus instantly goes c5, the move we didn't even mention.
No, I mean, I just that rook e8, but c5 is a very typical and normal move also. There is nothing wrong with it at all, obviously. I mean, it's an option. But just that humanly, if you haven't checked it with a computer, you just want to play rook e8 maybe, but I would say it's a second option. After rook e8, I would seriously consider c5, typical move, and then the idea is, I suspect after knight c3 that black wants to go knight b4, I suppose. rook
Rook
c1,
c1, and now rook e8, I guess.
Yeah, now rook e, and then maybe sometimes trying to drive the knight via c6 to d4, maybe even if one day, one day.
One day, maybe not immediately, yeah.
Not immediately,
Are we ever taking on f3 here?
We can if we want. We don't have to. I would think of playing f5, something like f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stopping knight e4 is stopping knight e4 is very logical. Mm-hmm.
I like my two bishops, even though if you take on f3 and play bishop e5, it shouldn't be a big deal. But frankly, I just don't think black is any worse at all. I mean, it's just equal position. So white because bishop f3 is more like trying to secure a draw, which is very likely, enough for a draw. But I wouldn't mind just to play this position. Maybe knight e2. Now white should go.
Yeah, I guess some kind of a move like knight e2 with ideas of you will probably take on before if you have a chance, right? And something goes.
Even though even black can just play a5 or knight c6, but I'm not sure about a5. Knight c6. No, I think black is just perfectly okay. It's just equal position. I mean, again, matter of taste. It's completely equal in my understanding. But I would, if I would choose, I would choose black. Strangely enough, even though again, I believe it's equal, but somehow it's like maybe because of psychology. Again, if you just turn the colors and if you get this position with black, which Jan is having with white, then you would say, okay, good, you equalized fully and very nice position. But when you are white, and after like 10 minutes of the of the first game, you get basically an equal endgame. Yeah, it's a little bit probably. I'm not sure Jan is very happy about his position.
Yeah, there's no real reason to be, he shouldn't be sad either. He has a safe structure, extra pawn, and as we mentioned, like, I think it's sort of more pleasant to look at black's position here than it is to look at white's, but white almost never, I think, loses games like this. It just ends up, rooks get traded along the e-file, and nobody really makes any kind of progress, and eventually some kind of dynamic equality is reached, and I think most games in these types of setups end up reaching equality. But yeah, I think Jan probably wanted something more exciting for game one. Let's put it like this. He didn't.
Well, at least to have a nominal pressure. Yeah, well, it's very difficult nowadays with white to get anything out of the opening. But at least you want to, to have a nominal pressure, at least to make your opponent defend a little. But here, I don't think it's either of players is going to defend in this game. Yeah, probably. And also very important, I think, point is, and this is already about the match experience of players. I think if the first game, it's difficult to play as a challenger. The first game you ever play, actually, the first ever World Championship match game in your life. And I think if the opening didn't go so great, it's actually wise just to try to play for a draw, just to make a draw and to and to leave it, because the mistake of Jan might be if he will just start to be unsure whether he should just keep on playing or maybe try to still get winning chances, because in this position, if white is playing very safe, solid, there is not much black can do. But if white will start to play for a win somehow, or trying to keep tension on the board, then with two bishops anything can happen. So I think that in this particular situation, if I would be Jan, I would just try, just tell myself, well, it was not probably a very fortunate opening. Well, let's just make a draw, and I'm into the match, and that's it.
Yeah, I think some kind of a warm-up game. Of course, you only have seven whites in this match, and whites are precious, and you don't want to just throw them away. But playing yourself in is I think a concept which is less stupid than it sounds, and kind of settling the nerves and just. Yeah, having one normal game under your belt before you go any further. The issue here is that I don't think I don't think you can offer a draw, and also Magnus probably wouldn't even take it, knowing Magnus. And I think like the regulations don't allow them to offer draws until I think move 40.
Yeah, but also, I mean, it's psychological, even if it's allowed. And you know, in the first game on move, I don't know how much, 15 or how many moves did they make, and then you just offer a draw, and what a humiliation! Your opponent refuses. You know, of course, if I would be Magnus, I would definitely refuse, just to for as a psychological, that okay, that it's very difficult. In the first game, you just offer a draw and you get with white and you get the refusal. It's like, you know, no, it's no, you should just make quiet normally a draw with normal quiet move. It's not too difficult for white if you really understand, okay, I just call it a day, I try to be accurate and make a draw. It's not too difficult. So better not to get this humiliation of offering it right after the opening and facing the refusal.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great at all. And if we look at it from this viewpoint, if we look at it from the slightly theoretical currently viewpoint of Jan probably feels like this game isn't going to give him very much, so let's just make sure it ends in a draw without too many mishaps. How would you proceed here?
Well, let's say the most natural, Peter, I guess, is to play knight c3, maybe knight f3 first, but let's say it's the most simple way. Knight c3, I mean, let's try to play like this. Knight b4, c1. Not that I like it, I'm not sure it's the best, but just, to make it simple, so to say. So how rook e8, I suppose.
Yeah, I think rook e8 is the most natural move here, since as we have already shown, we don't always play f6, we sometimes play f5, so there is no real reason for us to waste the tempo on f6.
I don't know if playing f4, let's say I want a draw, I want to be very solid, I play knight f3. I want so now white wants to play knight e4, not that it's such a huge threat, but it's nice to have knight e4 on next move. So black should probably take on e1 and play rook e8, something like this.
That actually is, I don't know why we didn't mention this the first time, because it looks excellent.
Knight takes e1.
Yeah, we go rook e8, we've stopped knight e4 for now.
Why you stop? If I want a draw, I can just play knight e4.
That is, actually, maybe not even necessarily such an easy draw for black.
Yeah, actually.
Like, how comfortable is it,
Yeah, CB, of course, it's rook e6, I mean...
Some kind of a Catalan. You as a Catalan player should know that this is... hang on a second. Wait a second.
I totally
This
forgot.
is not a draw.
No.
This is not a draw.
No, of course. That's why I like f5, actually. I like f5 move. It's very, because this knight e4 is at least white has zero problem if he plays at any moment. So that's why f5 is, just to keep white from, easy play. Because once you play knight e4, play is very easy. So f5, and now... No, I guess it's a matter of taste. I mean, objectively, it's totally fine for white, this position. I mean, maybe take on e8, for instance, and play knight e2. I mean, there is no way white can be any worse here.
We're being asked about knight h4 here, but I don't really. Yeah, I don't know why we're forcing black to play g6. I don't think g6 is a bad move.
There is, there is some idea of g3, knight g2, bishop f4, but it's tricky. Better to.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too slow. I don't think we will get time to make all of these moves.
I mean, taking on a8, because anyway, rook takes e1 is always a bit annoying because you cannot take with a rook back. So I rather take on e8, rook e8, and just go, let's say, knight e2.
That makes sense.
And I'm not quite sure if I want to take on b4. I mean, probably yes, probably I do want to take on b4.
Yeah, even that is not entirely clear, just as you say.
Not entirely clear if black is
just for demonstration purposes. Like if you play something like king f7 and white takes on b4, in order to create any kind of a meaningful passer on the queen side, you will probably have to play something like c4 and then take with the pawn. And that potentially allows black to create a pass pawn on the a file. And But on the other hand, if you do get to play like c4 and d4, this is how you actually become better in a structure like this with white. So
no, of course, I think for black, Peter, it's better just to move the knight.
d5 or c6 somewhere.
I would go c6 because knight d5, maybe c4 will come.
Exactly, yeah.
Knight c6, and the thing is that white's knights are a bit limited. Yeah, it's difficult to find squares for the knights for white. But of course, he can play rook e1. I mean, it's extremely solid. White has no problem whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably want to play h6, king f7 in some order. Yeah, just to not have to think about knight g5 check at all.
Yeah, h6, maybe black. White would play h4 at some point. Yeah, it's has a very serious drawish tendencies. Yeah,
very, very much so. And one thing to point out is bishop f4. I mean, it's sort of a blunder because rook e2 and rook takes c2 exists. But if this didn't exist, you normally, I think, just play bishop f8 and you are quite happy about this. What you don't want to happen is for those pair of bishops to be traded. But there is also, as I mentioned, a tactical trick here of rook takes e2, attacking the bishop on f4, and rook d6, bishop c2. I assume it's some kind of a draw after knight d5 check anyway. But
so let's see after knight c3 if black. No, white is of course very solid. I mean, is not really in any danger yet. I mean, there is certain, as you understand, Peter, there is certain potential. Yeah, some potential with these two bishops, but it's really very far from having from being realized.
You mean for black? Yeah, for black, I think white really needs to either make some kind of a stupid mistake, or what is more likely, considering the level of the players here, white needs to very seriously overpress. Just decide to, for some reason, go all in, trying to win this position, sort of, despite the objective tendencies of it not really being all that much better for white. So, yeah, I think Magnus will be quite happy just holding it calmly and sort of winning the first theoretical battle of the match by making a comfortable draw with black, and also playing arguably a fresh idea. I mean, obviously, and I think our chatters, who are very educated and clever and awesome, have pointed out that correspondence games, I think, reached at least up to king f1 and maybe even up to rook fb8. So all of this, unsurprisingly, has been seen in computer games. But still, it's not very well known in high-level human practice. So Magnus is the one with the nominal novelties here. And Jan has been thinking for quite some time here.
I'm just thinking that if you want, I mean, what does he want to do then knight c3? Because I was thinking about trying to put bishop on a5. It's very, very strange way of playing. I mean, if
maybe he is considering this.
Yes, but rook e8 maybe.
Yeah, I think this is probably because I was trying to figure out, when you see somebody like Jan, who is very well known for playing quickly and confidently, and also in a position where it seems like there is really only one natural move to make, because you want to finish development, you want to connect the rooks. And he's been thinking for, I want to say, maybe 15 to 20 minutes already here. And then you try to figure out what could be the other options. And c4 does jump out.
Yeah, I was thinking about c4. First of all, I don't know about knight b4 if it's so clear, knight b4. Because it can get the double
probably forces us to take. But then I think I would be quite happy with, because I think I can go d4 and try to set up some kind of
that's the question. Now, of course, if you manage, then you'll be better. But the question is, let's say rook d8. If I cannot just start attacking your pawn,
maybe I can.
I'm not sure. Of course, it's very dangerous. But still, a5, a4. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of double edge, but probably it's only white who can be better here.
Something. I think you're running a lot of very, very serious risks if you play like this.
There is no need for it for black. So I expect rook e8 would be.
I really like rook e8 because it's making white sort of commit to a square for the knight on e5 before we commit to a square with our knight on d5. I guess the knight probably still goes to f3.
Yeah, and now, well, maybe knight f4 simply, or...
Knight f4, or we could get it over to e6 via c7, which is something that often is quite useful in positions like this. Yeah, knight f4, I'm guessing I'm just like taking everything straight away and playing knight c3 and pretending that I have more pawns.
Yeah. That's true. It might be nominally... Yeah, it's maybe not knight f4, yeah, strangely enough. Maybe you're right, yeah, Peter, maybe knight to e6, yeah? Because
knight to c7, I quite like the move knight c7 there. And Jan, after all that time, he just preemptively goes knight f3, which is quite surprising to me, honestly.
I was thinking about it also, yeah. I was thinking that it's possible. Before you mentioned c4, I thought that, okay, if not knight c3, maybe first knight f3, with the same idea to go knight c3 next.
But just to maybe win some kind of a strange tempo somewhere by...
you can also lose half tempo with it. Let's say Blake's playing f5. So then maybe he will not have to play rook e8 at least in the future. Yeah, so it's
we don't really have to worry about rook e6, right? That doesn't really do very much.
Yeah,
and then it can be smoked out in some way. Currently, king f7 runs into knight g5 check, but if I make one more preparation move with h6, I will be able to play king f7. Peter, can you ask Vladimir if this line is covered in his understanding e4 course? I would assume not, because knight a5 is very rare, right?
Yeah,
but something similar.
Rare. Yeah, something similar, yes. I mean, the course is very general. I'm talking about the whole repertoire for e4, e5 for both colors. So it's a lot, yeah? So, I mean that I cannot go too deep into every line. My idea is to give, all the directions, all the ideas of move orders and the typical position structures, what are the dangers and advantages for both sides, and then players, who study, they can choose the line which they want with white, with black, and so on. So, no, I cannot, of course, e4, e5 to go deep into every single line. It is, I think I will need 2 years to record such a course.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering because, you're probably one of the very, very few people in the world who I would sort of trust with a course like this, but it still seems like an absolutely unbelievable amount of ideas and material to...
Definitely. I mean, the course I think is, I don't remember, but like 25 maybe hours or something. I mean, it's quite something, but nowadays the idea was that nowadays you all have engines, databases, and you can get all this technical theory, so to say, or finalize a certain line with engines, so that everybody can do. But then the problem is that when you're studying a new line and then you have 1 billion games in this line, yeah, and then you're just at a loss. What game? What are the directions? I mean, what is the idea? Why this player played like that and that? So I'm trying to give you the structure, which is like a base, yeah, like a fundament, yeah, for and then of course if you are especially a professional player, you need of course to make some work, but this fundamental knowledge, understanding of each line after e4, e5, I mean, I think that is something, at least for me when I was a kid, it was the most valuable, when a specialist of a certain opening would explain me the nuances, the directions, and then the rest I was doing myself. The rest is easier.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with this. Yeah, if you can find somebody who understands the opening, not just can tell you, forced lines and tell you like this is what you play here without really explaining why, and this is the final evaluation, and leave it at that. That is not really very helpful, and that is, I think, what a lot of the modern theory kind of attempts to do, and I'm maybe as guilty of that as the next person with the opening courses I've done, even though I do try as much as possible to explain concepts. But concepts in general, in particular, I think for players who are not as experienced with the opening in question, or perhaps in chess in general, I think concepts are just so much more valuable than lines.
Yeah, and also I'm trying to explain there, I mean, depending on your style and actually on your level and even on the time control you are playing. So what kind of line you have to choose. So whether it is, if you're aggressive player, you playing blitz on internet, maybe this line wouldn't suit you, but the other one. So that is also the idea. So that you can pick up any variation after e4, e5, I mean, according to your personal situation, let's put it this way. Yeah. Anyway, that's
but back to the game. I think the one good thing we can already say about the move knight f3 is that it got Magnus to think.
Which in turn means that this is not the first line.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very typical kind of a twofold conclusion you can make when you're playing against somebody who is extremely well prepared, and then you make a move and they start thinking. You are both happy and unhappy at the same time. Because you probably did not make the best move in the position, but you also kind of like the idea of not playing against the file anymore.
Yeah, because it's psychologically, Peter, as well. Yeah, how annoying is it psychologically when your opponent plays quickly, you are the first one who starts to play, so to say, over the board. So it takes you 15 minutes to find a move. I mean, you choose a move and then instantly he's answering. Then another 10 minutes, you make another move, he's answering again.
Yeah.
It's very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's not a nice feeling at all.
But here, Black has, of course, I still, I mean, to me, it's okay knight f3, but I can understand logically, humanly, why it's not the first line. I mean, I would probably go for knight c3, but it gives actually now Black quite a big choice of very reasonable moves. So I think Magnus will take some time now because, many moves are looking very okay here for Black. Even I would consider, maybe it's strange, but what do you think, Peter? Let's say if you just play f6 and I mean knight c3, even take on c3.
Yeah, you can always do that. Yeah. My question is, what do we think about this structure? Because I think if you take with the bishop and Black plays king f7, I am just ready to call this completely fine for Black. I think Black...
Yeah, because you cannot even go knight d2. I mean, maybe not king f7, just to stop knight d2, because before knight c4, but maybe some... I mean, because if you cannot play knight d2, it's very difficult for white to make anything.
Yeah, make any progress at all, yeah.
But
we can go...
you can make almost any move here.
Yeah, BC is more interesting, I think. BC is a strange structure.
And a5 can get quite tricky, probably.
Yeah, c4 and then...
Not for too long, even if I play a4, probably it will lead to...
that is actually a way to maybe make an immediate draw of some sort.
Yeah, but then you take an a bc4 maybe. And if after c4, if I just play bc4...
I was planning to
I don't know if
you want to take,
but e4, I mean, that, I don't know, bishop c6. No, I mean, I understand white is okay, but I would be a bit worried, no, with white.
I want to...
e4 first. No, I mean, first a4, I guess Paul is thinking.
Something like this, so, let's do it properly. Let's not blunder any pawns. a4, I wanted to put this guy here, this guy here, and... I don't know what I want, but...
Kind of double-edged, because it can get better for white, but also you already now also for Black, under some circumstances, because of the a pawn. Well, maybe better is too strong word, but it's kind of double-edged, hard for me to assess. What is it?
Yeah, I guess we can't really push the pawn much further, because if you imagine playing a3 here, white instantly starts rounding it up because the bishops can no longer reach it. But as long as you keep it on a4, I don't think...
I think about king f7.
Yeah, exactly.
7, something of that sort.
I just don't know how white will make any progress here at all. I don't think white is worse, but I also don't know what you can do about this pawn on a4. Even, let's say, if we just make some moves, we give white sort of everything. We play f3, which is always kind of useful to limit the bishop. And Black continues shuffling, I don't know, rook a6.
That's the plan of trying to go bishop d2, knight c3, but maybe is a plan.
And then even after that, like I still don't know if we are much better. But we've obviously made some progress if we achieve this, because now we can fight for the b file, and the a pawn still isn't really running very far. So maybe this is, something that can be considered.
It's one of the options, but to me, of course, the more logical is, first of all, I would consider maybe playing b4. It's a little strange.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised you took on c4 so quickly, because we can definitely do. It's a question of whether white can push d4 very quickly, right? Maybe sort of more or less immediately, and then just push d4 next move as much as that is possible.
Yeah, no, actually my idea was not only here before, but in this particular position. Can I try to play b4 here? It's a strange move, but I'm trying to keep this now, of course, given all those squares, but at the same time, white has still to finish his development. But it's a strange move. I fully understand. I wouldn't play this move.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to force yourself to do this to your pawn structure, right? Because like bishop e3, and if white gets all of this in, suddenly we have lost so much mobility on the queen side, and we have.
I mean, on the f5, if you just try to, but it's not. Yeah, it's like before. It's really like you are playing for a win, but you are risking. Yeah, you are risking. So I don't see. I don't see much reason for do that. I guess. Yeah, this idea of playing f5 it still looks very logical to me. And f5, why not? That was on my agenda anyway.
And people are asking what are the main plans for black in these types of positions. I think the answer to that is you're kind of reacting to what white is doing. If there isn't a proactive plan for black, it's probably to gain some space on the queen side, on the king side.
I would say, yeah. So I think white is just trying to improve his position. h6, king f7, g5, rook e8. Black. Sorry, black has got a lot of useful moves, just improving his position. So it's more like, white has to come up with something, because black has many useful moves, more than white, actually, in this position.
That is definitely true. But you're also sort of waiting for white to commit to a plan. It's either white goes knight c3, which leads to, a certain types of positions where we will most likely meet it with knight b4, and then we want to perhaps not allow the knight to come to e4, so that commits us maybe to positions with the pawn on f5. That would be one plan. The other one, as we've discussed, is I think c4 is still sort of on the menu. If black plays kind of passively and doesn't really do anything for a couple of moves, I think c4 knight c3 is maybe the one really ambitious plan that white has, because I think knight c3 is much more just, if you play knight c3 here, you're saying, I don't really want to change anything in the position just yet. I want to calmly try to finish developing my pieces, and then most likely there will be some trades along the e-file. Most likely the game will never really leave kind of comfortable equality. Whereas with c4, you are hoping for something concrete. You're hoping that complications such as they are will favor you. I think Magnus is probably trying to figure out how to maybe...
figure out if what move to make in order to probably to face c4 in the most, in the best possible way. Yeah. So, what about knight c7, trying to maneuver the knight to e6?
Immediately, straight away.
Strange. Yeah, it's a strange move, of course, but maybe it makes some sense also.
It's a good square for the knight, but it's kind of weird to just sort of retreat without being pushed.
I agree. No, to me, I would go f5, of course. Only that f5, c4. I suppose that is maybe something black has to consider seriously in this position.
I think this is a very critical question, because the pawn on f5 actually helps. Even here, let's say knight c7 is slightly less attractive now, because we cannot put it on e6, at least not immediately, because there is no pawn on f7. But after c4, white definitely would like to go knight c3 and knight e4 as fast as possible, and there is a pawn on e5 already. So,
and what if I make a very strange move, Peter? B takes e4.
I think I want to do
d4 maybe, or knight somewhere, because at least now the pawn on b2 will be hanging.
So choose a square.
It's difficult.
I know. This is why I'm asking you.
Knight f4. I'm not fully satisfied with knight f4. I'm not fully satisfied with knight f6 because of bishop c3. No, maybe it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I think bishop c3 is a very important move here, just to connect everything. And
still, maybe you take on f3 and knight h5. Now playing for another idea, try to play against pawns. It's very rich position in the sense that black has many different ways of playing, and it's rook e6 maybe here. It's here. I think I would, if I was black here, I would really take time now, because a big choice. Actually, a choice not only of moves, concrete moves, but a choice of a plan of.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what we're watching Magnus do in real time. He, I don't have the exact timings in front of me, but it feels like at least 15 minutes have already been spent on this decision. And
how many moves are played already?
This is move 17.
Yeah, you have time.
Yeah, of course you have time. Yeah, I think. They have a reasonably lenient time control. I think they went back to increment after move 61, I think, for this one. I will check in a moment, but I'm pretty sure this is what I read on Twitter. And chess historians have already pointed out that Magnus actually has experience playing World Championship matches with this time control, because both of his matches against Vichy were exactly like this, with increment after move 60, and the matches against Sergei and Fabi were increment after move 1. So he tried both. And for Jan, I think Jan probably these days you don't play this time control very often, right? I don't think there are very many tournaments which still.
I don't know, because I'm just trying to remember what was my matches which I've played, if we had this increment or not, and what. I don't remember already.
It's
I don't remember.
Everything gets.
Actually, I think with Gary when I played, no, we didn't have the increment.
In 2000, I'd be very surprised if you had increment. But
I think not.
The later matches you may have. I just don't remember either. I can't really figure it out.
It's been too long time ago. So knight f3. Okay, let's see, and the time is more or less equal now.
Now, it's equalized. And somebody said that 15 minutes 30 seconds on that move, which was about a minute ago, so it's now slightly more. Very confusing position, because of how many seemingly good options you have, and they all look very, very similar to each other.
It's quite difficult to actually to make a choice, to understand which one is a bit maybe better than the other one, because even a move like knight b4 I would consider I'm
kind of hesitant to suggest it, but
even though take because also makes some sense. Because if knight d2, some rook c8 will come.
I want to just solve this issue immediately, but
but c4. I was thinking maybe now, since I have a kind of tempi, maybe I will get a very quick counterplay against the d3 pawn. Who knows? BC is one story. Another story is something like rook d8. Okay, let's say bc3. I guess you want to take.
I want to take with the pawn here, because after knight takes c3, we just definitely not better with white against the two bishops.
But it's also safe knight c3.
This is kind of. Maybe even just start pushing.
Start pushing a5. It can get very double-edged, this position, but quite complicated, because of course white has his trumps as well with those knight bd2 and central pawns. But a pawn is a pawn, and two bishops are also serious. So even this, there's so many actually options for black that I understand Magnus. There is.
He definitely has reason to think here, and he has been, he knows this as well, so he clearly is taking all the time he needs to figure out what he wants to do. So, like, on the surface of it, rook e8, f6, f5, maybe knight b4, maybe knight c7. That would be my list. Nothing else really
Yeah, there is a rook d8 move, just trying to prevent knight c4, but it looks a bit too. It's strange, rook d8. So.
Yeah,
I don't.
rook d8 is a bit like
Yeah,
we are preparing for something, but I'm not entirely sure what that something is. Yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, against c4, of course, it's useful, but you can, for instance, you give the idea of playing bishop a5 with a tempi followed by knight bd2. Yeah, I don't think this move is going to be played.
Yeah, it looks a bit artificial. I think it's a kind of a move you name when you've run out of the normal moves to make, and you still want to suggest something else. Yeah.
But actually, knight b4 is very straightforward. Yeah, I believe it's the most straightforward.
Yeah, knight b4 has the advantage of actually being very.
If you play knight a3, you don't want to put your knight on a3, of course. No. Yeah, rook c1 is also a little strange to play rook e1 to c1.
Yeah, that doesn't look right at all to me. Yeah.
And then maybe so then you have to take and cb and yeah, because it's and then you just push the a pawn.
Hang on a second. So yeah, takes, and yeah, if white doesn't if you play knight bg2, which is of course the most natural move in the position, it's actually kind of awkward after rook c8, right? Because rook ac1, there's even bishop f4.
Yeah, so you had a problem with pawns. So yeah, maybe that is a simple solution for black. I mean, because c4, c3, c4. First of all, I'm not sure after bishop b4, knight b4. First of all, I'm not sure I really have to take on c3 after taking. Yeah, c4. I would think of some strange ideas like taking on f3, bishop f4 to cut the knight, but it's strange. I know it's strange.
Magnus is making fun of us here a little bit.
So he found the move which is not.
Yeah, he found the move we didn't consider even after we started reaching. You know, we started making really kind of strange, non-obvious decisions, and we still didn't get there.
But I don't quite understand them. I mean, if white is playing c4, because that is.
Yeah, I think
Why do you need the rook on c8 against c4?
Now he wants to play knight b4, I guess, but it's white to move, so you probably don't get to play knight b4. Or at least not in a way that you would like. Yeah, this is a strange decision. And also,
I understand he wants after knight c3 to get c4, probably. Yeah, something like that at some point. But I mean, yeah, I think maybe something of this sort. But it's a little.
Well, what's happening here, though? Yeah, because I think the rook was actually better placed on b8. I think in these lines.
What I mean, yeah, because on b line it's.
People are saying that this is actually once again a board glitch, and rook d8 was played, so you actually get full points for. Yeah, because rook c8 really does look extremely strange.
Yeah, it looks really strange. Yeah.
Okay, let's proceed under the assumption.
It was just our mutual. Our respect to Magnus, and that we tried to understand. Why rook c8 can be a good move, but actually it's not a good move.
It just doesn't really make very much sense at all. Yeah.
But rook d8, yes, that was my proposal. Yeah, just that against c4.
Yeah, looks like.
I'm not sure about bishop a5. I understand this very tricky, this bishop on a5. It's a bit dangerous to put on a5, but at least I get a tempi and then knight d2.
I'm guessing it goes to e8 now? Although, I don't know. Where would you... Yeah, d7 is also possible, yeah.
Knight bd2, I suppose. At least I managed to get my pieces. But yeah, bishop on a5 is it's tricky piece, yeah.
Yeah, you can lock it out, but you can never attack it. Yeah. So it's completely safe on a5, and one day it will come out. And you have also completely ruined your structure. So I don't think this is a great idea.
No, not immediately. Before, of course, yeah. But one day you have to watch out for that, definitely. So what now? F6 simply.
And we found some chess historians who looked up the time controls, and they're telling us that your match against Topalov had the same time control as this, and your match against Gary apparently had a delay instead of an increment. Or at least that's what Matthew Fletcher is telling us, and I assume he did some research because I honestly just don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Delay would be extremely unusual.
Very unusual, yeah. Maybe I didn't notice actually that it was not increment but delay. But I remember this story actually in Stavanger tournament 2017. I've noticed only in the second round that the time control is not exactly what I thought. Because no, that is actually true. Because I remember I played my first round against Sergei Karyakin, and yeah, it was 1:40 on the clock. And first round I play, and then I was in a little time trouble, but we both finally 40 moves. It ended in a draw. And then the second round I play with Vishanand, again 1:40 on the clock. And this time, for some reason, I started to pay attention on the clock. So I make my first two moves, but there is no increment. And I come to an arbiter. I said, please, can you change the clock? There is a problem with the clock. He said, what's the problem? I said, well, there is no increment, after this, but we are playing without increment. Oh, good. I almost lost, I could have easily lost on time in the first round. But I managed to make without increment my 40 moves. So, yeah, I guess the players know the time control.
They probably should, yeah. I think in the World Championship match it kind of pays to actually read the contract and regulations and do all the things you normally just don't do because you don't care enough. There's a specific question for you from Fidler position. Nepo has mentioned that he has stopped indulging in video games and started taking chess much more seriously and also lost a lot of weight. And does this remind you of how you were preparing for Gary when you quit smoking and also got into better shape, and how important do you think those things are?
It comes naturally. I didn't have a goal to lose weight. It was not my intention. I just was trying to, taking it seriously, making some sport, and I was actually very surprised myself, and was not paying any attention on my weight. But when I arrived to London, and my seconds who haven't seen me for a couple of months, they have looked at me and they said, "But what happened to you? I mean, you lost like 10 kilos." I said, yeah, I mean, I didn't pay any attention to it. That's a nice variation.
Yeah, I was just not to distract from your story, but somebody in chat asked why not knight c3. And honestly, after rook a5, after bishop a5, rook d7, it does make some sense to play knight c3 here to kind of once again ask the question if you want to trade, if you want to allow knight e4, if you want to allow knight takes d5. So
bishop a5, maybe Magnus wants rook e8, but I'm not a very big fan of rook d8. But okay, I mean, even if
you were the one proposing it, yeah.
But still, bishop a5 to me looks very logical.
And to people asking what's the idea of rook c8, the idea of rook c8 is to wait until the DGT board fixes itself. It hasn't yet, I think. Let me check. Yeah, I think it's still. Yeah, we're having some strange board relay issues, and on the main board the rook is on d8 because our chat is telling us that this is the move that was played, but the board that is just getting the official import appears to still be stuck on rook c8. I assume it will get fixed eventually.
Yeah. So rook d8. Yeah, I would go bishop a5. Why not? What's wrong with bishop a5?
And we are just being told, I don't know if, I assume people don't really want to kind of prank us so much in the first day of the broadcast, but Tomislav Karadzic is saying, at depth 40, computer plays king e2 here. I mean, okay, I don't know how to react.
Yeah, it's a first line. I mean, I understand it can play it, but depends which line is it. Yeah, if it's a first line or seventh line.
Yeah, I assume when people say that normally means this is the first line, and that is not a move I think you can very easily make in an actual game of chess. Even though I can sort of understand putting it on d1 so that you never have to think about the c2 pawn hanging again, and it's sort of. But then again, maybe black, eventually gets some kind of counterplay.
Yeah. I'm not sure king on d1 is better than on f1, but in any case, I can bet with anyone that king e2 will not be played.
Yeah, and we're getting conflicting data. Like the Sese says knight c3, and some people are still saying that king e2 is the the darling child of the engines here, which
And
I've really
nobody plays bishop a5. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
doesn't want to play bishop
I don't
a5
know.
because to me it looks very natural, followed by knight b2 or knight c3.
Yeah, also looks very, very normal. Yeah, and I want to say that just as a kind of a procedural matter, there is an engine available in the viewer that I'm using, but we made a decision not to have it on screen because I think when you have the engine evaluation constantly staring you in the face, it kind of and finally the live board also got fixed. When you have the evaluation constantly available to you, it very much influences how you think about the position.
Yes. And the idea of commentary, I believe, when we comment, because we are experienced players and we've played many good tournaments. So when I comment, which I do from time to time, I never look at the engine evaluation because what I want for you, for spectators, to get the feeling of a top player, how does he think now? What does he feel about the position? And that is very important because looking at the engine, let's say Kine2 it's proposing, and of course me and Peter immediately say, well, this move is not going to be played. So we want to give you a feeling of that you're on the field more or less. Well, how do we see the position? If we would be playing it with black, with white, and
exactly,
what kind of candidate moves we would consider. And we might be wrong with assessment, with some concrete variations, but I believe that is something very interesting, most interesting for spectators probably, is to have both, because engine you all have engines, but this human touch of top players, that is something you cannot get with your computer. Yeah, so
yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like occasionally, I mean, not here. Here, I think it's absolutely the correct call. But if they were playing some kind of a, incredibly sharp Najdorf, where there's probably like a solution available in the position, which the machine already pointed out to all of our viewers, and we still are, trying to get there at our speed. Maybe in those cases it makes sense occasionally to like glance at the engines just to not sound too stupid. But
True, but anyway, we have chats, and very often
exactly,
very often people immediately point out that by far this move is the best, and that's it. But it's true that I just don't want. It is done for you, for spectators. Yeah, and for me, it would have been much easier to have engine running, and then I'm a god. I will tell you everything. It's much easier to comment with seeing the engine proposals, but I wanted that it's more enjoyable and more also educational in a way for you, because also I guess most of you are chess players. I mean, amateur chess players. You love chess. Maybe some of you are playing, playing in some tournaments, but that's also maybe will have a certain educational value when a chess player of a caliber of Peter Svidler is, just giving you his ideas. How does he think about the position? That's important.
Yeah, that always has been my preferred way of doing this. At least for, let's say, for the first 5 hours of the commentary, where I still feel like I have my brains somewhat functioning. At some point, that you start getting to a point where it feels like the brain is shutting down, and then maybe you want some outside help. But that moment has not come yet. And Jan does play knight c3, which is, I mean, it's a very natural move, but he could have tried sort of using the fact that rook d8 was played to gain some time, but he chooses a very sort of a solid, non-controversial option here.
I'm assuming knight before.
Yeah, I'm assuming knight before rook
a1, and maybe something like bishop f8. Yeah, would looks just too because now playing f5 with a rook on d8 already looks strange a little, but white still wants to play knight e4. So, what do you think, Peter? I would maybe consider playing bishop f8, maybe somewhere after bishop f8, black wants to get c4.
Bishop f8, I think, actually creates a threat of c4, right? Because there will be bishop takes f3 and rook takes d2 in the end. Yeah. In the meantime, knight before played. I mean, rook ac1 will be played. There is really no other.
Rook ec1.
Yeah, but like, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah.
Just doesn't. There is really no play along the a file to value keeping the rook on a1 instead of a rook on e1. I'm pretty sure rook ac1 is going to be.
If knight c3 is played, then I like rook d8. I mean, if because now rook on d8 is what do you think? It's quite a good piece because of this d line, bishop f8, and there's always potential c4 and some pressure on the d line. I mean, then rook d8 was fully justified, even though it's still very equal, the position.
Yeah, it seems fine for black, and I think we're sort of switching with the rook on d8 in particular. We are switching to those ideas of maybe opening up additional files on the queen side with c4. And as I mentioned, like if it's difficult for white to actually make a waiting move in this position which doesn't blunder c4.
Knight e4, I suppose. Looks like
knight e4, but then we can play
just rook ac8 or something. Just some a5, rook ac8, just healthy moves.
Yeah, rook ac8, and with the rooks on d8 and c8, I was very much pushing the idea of always taking on before here and pushing for c4, but whoa, okay, they're both really out to get us today. Okay. No, that's not the correct rook c1. Hang on a second, I'll find it.
Yeah, with our experience, you are sure that rook c1 is played?
Yeah, I don't think the board glitches in this way. I think this is not, like, if it glitches, it's normally a wrong square for a piece, not a wrong piece, right? So
I get, no, I mean, it's possible rook c1. It's not, I would also try to keep my rook on the e file, but why not to keep it on the a file? Just maybe trying to stop counterplay one day with a5, a4. Still, I would just go bishop f8. Probably, with black.
Yeah, I quite like bishop f8.
Or maybe already here you have also f5 idea. But okay, let's say bishop, because there is no e file. But bishop f8 is logical and healthy.
Yeah, bishop f8, we have created this thread. I guess maybe bishop e3 for now.
Yeah, rook ac8. I want to put my pieces like this and just trying to get. Or I can start with rook ac8. Let's say maybe it's a bit more even accurate to start with rook ac8, knight e4. I suspect.
I don't even, like, with the rook on c1 and not on e1, I don't even want to play knight e4. I just don't see... Although maybe I can, I don't know.
Let's say bishop f8. And what is white's plan?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I mean, we can take, but with the rooks on c8 and d8, it will be so difficult to... ever get anything going on the queen side there.
Maybe take a knight e1, but I don't think black has any problem here.
Yeah, like
but
5,
even I say that,
g6.
Under some circumstances, you have to be careful with white, not to, because those really dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you are a pawn up, and you currently have no weaknesses. But this has to be at least enough compensation for black, and maybe more.
Even I'm thinking, let's say in the most strange way, if I play with black, just taking on f3 simply, is it?
Where's
any problem?
You mean right now?
Yeah. I mean, of course, it's not the move I want to do, but just and bishop e5, for instance. Because how do you
just.
I want c4 at some point, just to understand what is white's. Probably he'll go rook a1.
Rook a1. I also have the option of playing bishop e3, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't play it like this, but what I wanted to say is that probably black is just perfectly fine in any way. To me, frankly,
and
who am I? Am I to critic, but the players who are playing now? But I would definitely put the other rook on c1.
Yeah, and actually we have in chat somebody quoted Vishy, who is doing the same job we are doing right now on the official broadcast, and Vishy apparently expected rook e c1. So and said rook ac1 is passive compared to rook ac1, which is interesting to me because, yeah, I don't really understand why the rook on a1 is such an active piece considering how well protected the pawn on a6 is. But obviously Vishy is very, very good at the game, so...
Yeah. No, definitely it's in a way maybe a matter of taste, if you want. There is no big difference between those two moves, but to my taste, if we already choose this word, I would definitely put another rook on c1. Vishy would have played rook ec1, but in both cases probably the game would end in a draw. In any case, no, I'm kidding, of course, because it just gives this e line is still I don't know, bishop e7 black can play, for instance. Yeah, it still make it's important, the e line. So let's say if I play bishop e7 now, because now I get the chance to get my bishop to e7. And in case of knight e4, I can try to get f5 quickly, maybe.
Yeah,
okay, this is a sharp way of playing.
There's even some c4 tactics which we could consider if we wanted to. My bigger problem is with the move rook ec1. Problem is maybe a strong word, but like my bigger question is, what plans are available to you here that wouldn't be available here? Why have you is the option of playing knight e1 so important?
Maybe. Maybe. Doesn't look like that, but
in what way is this position better than this one? And so far I don't really have a clear answer to that. I honestly just don't know. It's kind of confusing. And Magnus goes rook ac8 as we sort of expected. Is a very logical move. Having put this rook on d8, the other one kind of belongs on c8. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what.
Knight e4.
I guess knight e4. And then the bishop goes to either e7.
I don't know what else. Simply there is no constructive move for white. Wise. And after knight e4, black will remove his bishop, probably to e7, just to have I don't know, e7 or f8, but maybe e7 just to have a 5 bishop f6 idea.
Because I needed to take I was playing g6 with the bishop on f8 later, and with the bishop on e7 maybe I don't have to at all. If you look at the same position we were discussing there, we are actually winning tempi by doing this because the bishop can already get to both diagonals you want to be on. So maybe bishop e7 is more precise than bishop f8. Good point.
Knight e1 doesn't work. I don't know. I would start to really be careful with white. No, I mean I understand it's equal, but if you choose me, I don't know about you, Peter. If you give me a choice here, zero doubt I would take black, even if I understand the position is equal. But
I think I'm starting to lean in that direction as well. Even though from what I've seen in our chat, the big clever engines don't really agree with this, or at least they did not used to agree with us. And Jan goes knight e2 instead of knight e4, kind of showing his hand a little bit that he doesn't really want to.
Does he want? I don't know if he. First of all, I can play knight e6, but if I go bishop e7 again, what is? He wants to put the knight on f4. I suppose.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what it's doing there though.
G5, maybe even G5.
Yeah, I don't know why it's such a great square. And c4 is not really a threat because there will be bishop takes before to unpin. Yeah.
You mean black's for? Yeah, black not, but maybe white. Just wondering, can do some tactical thing, take on before in c4, but it looks very strange.
Takes trying to use the bet.
I mean, just trying to make a draw somehow, but BC.
Just BC and we take on d3.
I don't. Well, maybe I'm a little too pessimistic about white's play, but position. But I don't really see what is where white is going.
Yeah, it feels like we're drifting a little bit. It's not that our position became noticeably worse or anything, but I think black made a number of moves which definitely improved their setup, and white is still sort of shuffling in their own camp without making
bishop e7
any progress.
Knight g6.
Yeah, but
even though, I'm not sure what.
We could have gone to e4 earlier. Yeah, I mean maybe we're going to f5, but I think I can
But G6, yeah, you can even
just
go
G6
G6
here and then F5. I don't think it's a huge problem. And the absence of the rook on E1 is kind of kind of hurting white here.
That is correct. Yeah, that is somehow, yeah, that's. Yeah, I understand. Again, it's this feeling, as I've mentioned already, that position is equal, but it's a little bit more equal for black.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's my. I mean, at least if I was black here, I mean, just as my state of mind, yeah, I would already start to have some ideas, yeah, about this game. I mean, I'm not sure that I would just still try to equalize and to make a draw if I would be black. And not that I would start playing for a win seriously, but yeah, I would have it back in the back of my mind already that. Yeah, I would probably like to get the game going, not to force a draw, let's say, if I have draw.
Yeah. And the big issue with a position like this is that you just don't entirely know what you're aiming for with white. You're in this strange situation where your opponent really isn't creating any immediate threats to, compensate for it. It's just a long-term positional compensation. And you have to find a plan, and it's surprisingly difficult to find a constructive plan here for white. I still don't know what this move 92 is supposed to achieve.
Well, I mean, I think, again, as we have mentioned earlier, maybe on move like bishop e7, for instance, maybe white should just take on b4, play knight e1, play c3, c4, and try just to change everything to make a draw, and because it's true that if black will, if white will start to play a few more moves like this, knight to g3, then, without a plan, black can get an upper hand. But if, yeah, let's say after bishop e7, if you take knight e1, c4, very c3, and just, of course, it's not playing for advantage at all with white, but it's very safe. I'm not sure if maybe Magnus wants to remove his knight.
I was about to ask, yeah, maybe we just completely remove this option from the list of things that white can do and play something like knight c6. And
as a point of view, as you understand, Peter, it makes also white's life much easier, yeah, when the knight is not on b4, so white can go. I mean, my guess, frankly, is that sooner or later in this game, white is going to play rook c1, e1.
Yeah.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, I'm not betting the other side of that. I'm very much in your camp on this. Yeah, so bishop e7, bishop f8 are two options. We kind of currently lean towards bishop e7, but bishop f8 is not unplayable. Another option, of course, would be to play knight c6, as we mentioned, just to remove the idea of taking on b4 altogether. Bishop.
I mean, sort of actually, I think if Magnus will play knight c6, to me it would show that he is playing for a win already. I mean, that is my feeling, that if he will not let white take on b4, it's yeah, because knight c6 is a move that you say, no, I don't want you to force a draw after bishop b4, c4, some variation. I really want to keep the game going.
Yeah, but on the other hand, as you mentioned, once the knight is removed from b4, it's much easier for white to breathe. It's much easier to make moves, and
even though, but I'm thinking now, but what moves?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
because black, as we've mentioned, earlier, black has many useful moves. F6, king f7, million useful moves. And but what about white? What is white's useful moves? I mean, what can he do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. This type of position is like generally very difficult to play because, I mean, you can push for d4, but the issue with d4, even let's say if you get it in an absolutely ideal scenario, like black has nothing better to do than this, right? This is still a draw. I mean, I'm using the word draw here. Like, I don't want to scare away the viewers by saying that there's no play left in this position. But it's a kind of a position where, yes, there is still some play left, but you also kind of know how this movie ends. Pretty much.
But maybe that's correct, actually, this idea of bishop e3 trying to go d4 and at least that white yeah, if you go d4, at least you know that you are you're safe.
You're absolutely safe. You want to play c3 before. Like in an ideal scenario, you get all of these moves in. Yeah, I can't draw arrows for the life of me. Like if you get all of this, if let's say you play c3, black just continues improving on the king side, and you get some kind of a setup like this, you probably don't win anyway, but you're safe and you are kind of pressing, kind of pressing.
But of course, it's. But again, if for me, I would not remove the knight from b4. Yeah? I mean, I would go bishop e7. To me, it looks very logical.
Yeah, bishop e7 does look like a very nice move because you're hinting at bishop f6. You're freeing up the d file for the rook.
Yeah, and basically against taking on c4. Yeah, I mean, maybe white. Yeah, I mean against bishop takes before c4. I did. Maybe take a knight to 1. But then also not bishop g5.
Yeah, exactly. We were discussing that.
f4, bishop h4, bishop f6.
Yeah, provoking f4 has to be very good for black.
Yeah, provoking f4 seems to be nice. Bishop f6, c3.
And, some...
Yeah, you have... Still you have d4, but bishop d5 somewhere. It's tricky, I mean, somewhere, not immediately, but maybe that's okay for white,
Yeah, it's
okay. And now you see why rook on a1 because no a5.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the kind of a structure where you can see why the rook has to be on a1 because playing bishop d5 is much less promising for black when you have to give up on.
But the thing is that black should just probably go h5 or something instead. And still white is...
h5, d4, you kind of want to go 93. You can see how this could start becoming quite good for white if you continue making slow moves, though.
Yeah. I mean, taken before, maybe black would still, if he wants, make a draw. But that might be a plan. But still, after bishop e7, taken and playing knight e1, not an easy decision for white because leaving these two bishops and these two knights on the second rank.
Yeah,
but at least it makes the game kind of direct. At least now you have a kind of clear plan.
Now we have a very, very obvious clear plan of trying to slowly start like shifting this pawn mass up the board.
Yeah, but but now I will tell you the line when white would again regret that he had put another rook on c1. So now I play bishop g5. f4, bishop f6. After c3, I take on c3 and I play b4.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because obviously, if you have to take with the knight here, the entire strategy has immediately gone completely to pieces. Like this is horrible. You are lucky if you're not worse here with white.
Yeah, white is just fighting for equality. But after b4, maybe white can still be okay after rook a2, playing rook a2 miraculously. But maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not necessarily.
Because the bishops are too strong. No, Magnus played knight c6. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, but I think knight c6 is.
I know. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I was trying to not lose all of our commentary, but.
Yeah, nothing wrong with this move, but I think bishop e3 is correct. Yeah, and trying to go d4 now. With the idea, if black is playing knight b4, probably nothing better than bishop d2 back. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Bishop e3, yes. I mean, if knight e7, then at least white has bishop f4. Yeah,
we managed to trade one pair of bishops, which is quite useful. Yeah.
The big issue is that in case of knight b4, I have my doubts because d4 then c4 might
maybe even c4 is playable. Hang on a second. This is not the right. This is. I appear to have. I'm experiencing some glitching in the viewer. I apologize. So bishop e3, knight b4. d4. I think c4 is probably playable here.
Yeah.
And take with the rook. And go for the kind of a light square. But once it's kind of tricky, right? Because if this happens, we are suddenly kind of lost. So it's very risky.
Yeah, no, I guess after bishop e3, yeah, knight b4 is not necessary, obviously. Maybe, yeah. So bishop. The idea is that now, well, basically, as you've mentioned, Peter, that after bishop e3, any reasonable move, white, and after d4, simply taking on d4, but there's no problem.
Yeah, and bishop e3 played, as we expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure about knight 6. I mean, maybe still, yeah, I like more bishop e7. I think it would have posed a bit of more practical, at least, problems for white, because here this plan d4. Again, maybe another question is if Magnus is really trying something here, or he's just satisfied with the outcome of the opening. Easy draw in the first game, and maybe he's not really trying to play for any advantage.
I think we may be slightly overselling this idea that Black needs to be playing this for a win. I think he is just fine, not having any problems.
No, I mean, not need. He doesn't need, of course, but it's just that you're so rarely getting such a nice position out of the opening with zero problems that, especially, again, taking into consideration that your opponent is the first World Championship match game and probably is nervous. So, yeah, maybe I would, as a experienced wolf, World Championship matches wolf, I would consider trying to use my small chance. Under the
it's understandable.
I remember coming back to Brissago. Yeah, I actually won with Black my first game against Peter, and there was no big reason. But at some point, of course, Peter had no problem at all in the position. But then at some point, started to get a bit nervous, and they started to force a draw from actually not worse position at all.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Trying to find the forced draw, and then I started to avoid it, not to give, because I see, well, he just wants so much a draw, he's nervous, and finally he made a very serious blunder at some point. I mean, so yeah, that is the situation. That it's a first game. It makes it situation a bit special.
Yeah, and also it's an interesting point because knight b4 is sort of a draw for here, right? So even if the move is kind of okay, it is an admission that you don't think your position is better, and you probably will just repeat after bishop d2. So maybe you're looking at other, like I was wondering about f5 here, because it discourages d4, at least to a certain extent, because now we take, and it's not that, maybe you can take with this knight though. Take with this knight and then take with the bishop, so you don't get hit by f4.
But yeah, that's correct. But maybe if you take with that knight, knight b4, knight f5, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Every time I try to scroll between moves, we go back to the broken, the machine still goes. As you can see, the black rooks are going to the wrong squares all the time. One sec. I'll try to figure out why this is happening.
Bishop e3. Well, my idea is, so it's clear white probably wants to get d4 next. So what is the way, let's say bishop e7 seems
like... But I don't think it stops it, right? We can still play d4.
Yeah, that's the question. If d4, and then to find the way... like take on d4 and knight b4, some kind of a way to keep more pieces on the board, for black. Even though, of course, once white has managed d4, I don't think white can have.
Yeah, I think once this happens, white is never in any kind of trouble. And this I honestly don't quite even like, because I think maybe you go to d5 though, yeah. Because
I can always
because this I don't think it works out for black, because the knight actually gets picked up, yeah.
But but maybe knight d5 just to keep more knights on the board.
So bishop e7, d4, cd4, knight d4, knight b4, c3, knight d5. Yeah, we just play bishop d2, I guess. Yeah, I don't think white can be worse at all here anymore. With the knight finally having a good square in the center.
Yeah, bishop is. Yeah, no, that is no problem for white. No problem for black either.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
This is just equal, yeah.
Let me just...
Or maybe knight d3, Peter, rook d1, knight c5, maybe another idea. But then knight f5 comes. No, now white activates his knights, yeah. So I believe if black still wants something, I mean, to keep the game going, he needs to find some very, very, subtle move in this position with a possible idea after d4 to take and then not to exchange the knight, yeah, to keep the knights, but then make a useful move before. Or maybe bishop f8 then instead of bishop e7, even though at least a knight f5 doesn't come with tempo.
So d4 we take, and we keep the knights on, yeah?
Yeah. But again, I don't see why it should be. Why it should be objectively black here who is trying anything.
Yeah, it seems like, we probably haven't really left, the equality territory, but I don't know why I would immediately assume it's black who is playing for a win here at all.
Yeah, no reason at all.
Yeah, I can still do the very, very similar things. Let me take like a 10-second break. I want to see if I can maybe get rid of that weird bug we seem to be experiencing all the time. So just a very, very short break. And hopefully now I can analyze without breaking the broadcast. Let's see. So we go here, and then if I try to make a different move, everything works. Fantastic, yeah. People, as usual on Twitch, people obviously immediately want to know what you're eating. It's the most important question.
What I'm eating? Some seeds, and some kind of seeds, very healthy stuff.
We approve. Bird food. Bird food is always...
Yes, bird food. Exactly.
Bird food is always perfect, yeah.
You want me to show?
No, not necessarily. I think we've given enough information.
Extremely boring stuff.
Okay.
Good old days, I had some good old days, but not anymore. I'm 46.
Tell me about it, yeah. So, and people are suggesting knight g3 instead of d4. I guess after bishop e7 we can try this, because now it has some jumps.
No, I think actually in my opinion knight c6 was not a good move. I mean, now white is not... I mean, that is totally fine.
I don't think you can even have a conversation about black being better anymore. I think black is still completely fine, but Jan is not really running any risks. And I have a feeling like there's always this suspicion. We've been talking about white running some risks in this game for a while now. And if we had the engine switched on, I assume it never went below plus 0.40 or something. But I think this actually adds value to our conversation, because, if two reasonably strong players think from a human perspective, this can feel like it's slightly better for black. It should tell the viewers something.
Yeah, that's true, because that is why, I mean, I'm personally, I'm not afraid to look like a fool, I mean, because maybe I'm telling that I like more black, and computer possibly gives 0-3 all the way for white, but okay, it's okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's interesting, for spectators to know that sometimes the computer assessment, when you play a game, the position feels pretty different, than
exactly,
the computer thinks.
And Magnus actually played knight e7, a move we mentioned and then sort of dismissed because it allows bishop f4.
No, because bishop f4, okay, black is still fine after bishop f4 probably, but it's a bit strange to me. No? I mean, what after bishop f4?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess, I'm not sure. I was going to say now we probably spoil the structure, but then
I think that's a point. Take, and rook c6 or something, trying to get to rook on f6, but it's strange. Now finally the
rook on a1 is quite clever. Yeah.
I mean, it's still probably...
Yeah, this is a very good move, though.
Okay,
this is a very good move.
But rook e1, I mean, it's clearly white who is trying something.
Yeah, something like this,
clearly.
yeah.
before, yeah, I mean, it's probably nothing special, but all of a sudden, I don't know. I mean, it's a very strange move, 97. Unless we are missing something, because to change this bishop, it is something. Well, it's very important, no? For
yeah, this is really the game is taking a direction I did not expect it to take. Let's say 2 moves ago, because after bishop f4, I'm really starting to like this for white.
Oh, it's definitely I would take white, even if I understand it's probably still nothing really for white, but it's clear the white is totally safe.
Yeah,
zero. And okay, under some circumstances, maybe. So whether there are 2 variations, two possible scenarios, whether we are we have wrong understanding of what is going on today, whether maybe both players are still a bit rusty, because
or both.
Or both together.
Or both, yeah. But
but to me, 97 is very strange, because it's clear that even if black say pass, doesn't make a move. I mean, white will play d4, and black is not a shade worse.
Yeah, like if you want to make a kind of a safe waiting move, something like f6 is
any move, h6, whatever move, just to because at least you don't give a chance to change bishops, because it's very important for white to change bishops in this position, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you don't take on f3, then it's a pawn. And if you take on f3, then a6 pawn can become a bit vulnerable. I'm sure Magnus is planning to take on f3.
Yeah, I don't really like if you make some kind of a waiting move here and allow something like this.
Just better
it's just very unpleasant now, because you no longer really have any kind of pressure, and white will just take as much time as he wants to get his pieces to better squares, and then he will start pushing. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by this, I have to say.
I guess bishop takes f3, and maybe he is right in his assessment that black is perfectly fine there, but it's clear that he is on the the weaker side of a draw after bishop f4.
And Jan not playing bishop f4 immediately here is also kind of interesting. What else do you even play here? Is he still thinking about? Is he still thinking about playing d4 or?
But then knight f5.
I don't.
I guess that is a plan of Magnus, is to face d4. I mean, bishop f4 is just like automatic. I mean, there is.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe start with knight d2 and then play bishop f4.
Yeah, but then knight f5, then I will not exchange.
Exactly.
Already,
Nobody is going to give you this trade. Yeah.
No, so it's a unique opportunity to change this bishop, and of course, spoiling a bit the structure, but still.
Yeah. And our chat is asking about knight g3 here, which makes some sense, but I mean, you're kind of forcing black to make a move they don't really hate making. Oh, maybe bishop g5 though, yeah?
Bishop g5. Yeah, still even g6, not sure. I mean, knight d4, you can just play still knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is absolutely...
we've been there.
Yeah, we've sort of been there, yeah. I mean,
but I mean, once again, of course, knight g3 is possible also. But if you probably agree with me, Peter, that if you get a chance to change this bishop,
I would be,
and I would just jump.
Exactly, I was about to use the same word. Yeah, I see the move bishop f4. I just make it pretty much because I know it's not coming back. Like if I don't do it here, it more likely will disappear next move, and it's just so important to break up the bishop pair in these structures. But we'll see. Yeah. The longer he thinks here, the more it becomes possible that he plays something else, I think.
Maybe, yeah. But let's consider bishop f4. I mean, maybe black is not actually worse at all after bishop f4. I don't know, but at least I know that he's not better and having zero chance to be better in this game anymore. And that is why I would play bishop f4. But maybe it's okay for black. Yeah, take on f3, take on f4. Let's say rook d6 or c6. I don't know what is better.
Yeah, I was also trying to figure out which one I like best, and I just don't know. Maybe
to c6
to keep this one on a semi-open file.
Rook e1 and simply knight f5. Maybe trying to get to knight e4.
Maybe and Yeah, there's a lot of play suddenly.
Yeah, no, maybe rook e1 is not the best move in this position, but instead of playing rook e1, I guess I can try to. What is the threat? Rook f6 is not a very big threat.
Yeah, not huge, but it's mainly like what are we trying to do here with white? And we did get some input from people who are perhaps watching the proper engines like Sese. Obviously, when Magnus is playing, you can ask Sese, and Sese is very strong. And Sese just really dislikes bishop f4 here for white. I'm guessing because of something like this. But this is is kind of curious to me because
but white cannot be worse, no? Here, I mean, I don't say that white is better, but he absolutely cannot be worse. If I want to make a draw, even c4, I will make a draw somehow. I don't know, knight d5.
Yeah. No, I don't think we need to start making a draw just yet. It's very interesting how.
But, maybe black is fine. Yeah, that's true. Because maybe it's true, but I hard to believe he can be more than fine. No.
Yeah, no, I think it. Yeah, like we're not risking anything with white, but maybe we have given up all hopes of advantage.
There is a hopes for advantage otherwise. I mean, of course, if there would be hopes, yes, but I don't see much hope otherwise for advantage for white.
Yeah, and there was an interesting question which I started thinking about while we were discussing this. There was a question in Twitch chat. Why do we keep insisting that trading the bishops is so good for white? And if the bishop pair is so good for black, why are we so happy taking on f3 in reply? I think they kind of go together. I would answer it like this. As you can see, we have not really been suggesting bishop takes f3 until white played bishop f4, because we had hopes of preserving the bishop pair. But once one of the bishops is now definitely going to be traded, we need to cash in bishop takes f3 to create new sources of counterplay.
Because it's whether two bishops. Once you don't have two bishops, there is not much of an advantage of the bishop against the knight, and then at least you are, in return you are spoiling his pawn structure. So that is kind of the idea. So if once you have two bishops, then you are not taking on f3 and you are playing for two bishops. So it is this idea of transforming, the advantage, so to say. I'm not talking about advantage of the position. About so black has white's advantage is a pawn, extra pawn. So sometimes, in a way, he can transpose this advantage, giving up pawn, but let's say taking the bishop, exchanging the bishop. So and it's a transposition of advantages, and black can transpose the advantage. So he had two bishops. Now he has a play against weak pawns on the side, but it's a bit vague and maybe abstract, but that's how I see it. If I'm forced to try to formalize it, that would be maybe my way of explaining it.
Yep.
So bishop f4 is our own move, yeah.
That's what apparently our Silicon overlords are claiming, that more or less any kind of a passing move is stronger than bishop f4, which is really, insulting to my understanding.
No, maybe it's correct, but to me, after bishop f4, I think you can at least, quite easily make a draw with white. I mean, it's very straightforward, and otherwise, maybe position is a little bit, better than after bishop f4, but the game is much more difficult for white. Yeah, it's much more difficult to play because, again, I don't. If I would be playing white, I wouldn't think about actually playing for further on. I would just try to call it a day, in this position. And then, in this sense, then bishop f4 is the simplest way, and because I'm sure white can easily make a draw without any problem. And I mean, he cannot be worse, really, unless there is some tactics. But otherwise, again, white is maybe not worse, but the game goes on and it's easier to play with black. So it pretty much depends on how you assess this position.
Exactly, yeah.
From the practice.
Exactly, yeah. How you feeling about it, and whether you think you can be better.
I mean, the potential of the position. You see, it's also very important because nowadays very often positions are 0-0 or plus minus, millimeter. but it's very important to assess sometimes during a game the potential of a position. Yeah, sometimes when I feel that it's equal, but the kind of long-term potential is in the favor of my opponent in this position, then I try just to make a draw, and just because I don't like the prospects, the long-term prospects. If other way around, I can still. So that is maybe my wrong way of seeing this position as. So in my opinion, in a long run, black has more practical prospects. I mean, that is but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, this is how I also felt, but yeah, the eventually you can't really avoid seeing computer evaluations in chat if you try to read chat, and that starts kind of spoiling your mind. But yeah, I started off thinking black cannot possibly have any problems at all, and if I make an effort to forget the machine evaluations quoted at me, I would still say that in most of these positions, black has no problems. And I keep on wanting to play bishop f4. This is like the strangest thing about it, even after it was explained to me that bishop f4 is not a good move. If I just kind of take a break to forget everything, and then I look at this with a sort of a fresh outlook again, I just want to trade those bishops.
No, I made the correction, Peter. I understood that bishop f4 is not actually leading to any. I mean, it's not really. Yeah, black has no problem. This I understood, but I mean that bishop f4, black is still perfectly fine. So, but I wouldn't. I mean, what I don't like somehow that if I don't play bishop f4 and if black keeps on going, so that. Yeah, this I'm again. Even if what computer, I suppose it says that white is slightly better, or what, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like 0.3 or so, or in my understanding. It's not much, but yeah, but it's a little bit for white because.
I mean, again, I'm
yeah.
wrong. I know I'm wrong. I apologize for it, and I dare to say that I see no reason at all for 0-3 here for white. I mean, if I would be black, I would be very happy with my
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
but okay, but I'm wrong. But I admit that I'm wrong.
Yeah,
But computers, they cannot speak yet. Yeah? So you need to, you need somebody who comments. So forgive us for disagreeing with engine, but at least we can entertain you, talk,
forgive
and
us our trespasses,
tell our nonsenses.
Been quite a long pause here, actually, from white. Jan is taking his sweet time on this decision.
I'm pretty sure he's hesitating about playing bishop f4 or not. I'm pretty sure about it. That it's well. But if Magnus, you see, he played very quickly, knight c6, knight e7, and probably it's a good way of playing. And if he's correct, well, it means he's a good player. Because for me, it wouldn't be obvious at all. I mean, I at least even if I play knight c6, knight e7, it would take me a very long time because I would be not so sure about bishop f4. But Magnus played it quickly, and yeah, if he's correct, well, impressive. Because again, it's not obvious. Yeah, it's not obvious that that after bishop f4, black has zero problems. Not so obvious to me. But another point, of course, you have to also to understand that when players are playing over the board, of course, the level of concentration is much higher. Yeah, so maybe this 5 minutes Magnus have spent on this 96, 97 maneuver, understanding that bishop f4 is nothing for white. Yeah, it's not really our 5 minutes when we chat.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a different level of concentration. So something which is at the first glance like bishop f4 looks very nice for white, and yeah, if you're sitting on the board tensed and calculating variation and very high level of concentration, yeah, maybe it's easier to understand. I mean, better the position.
After all that, what do we actually expect to happen here? now that let me actually briefly check because I'm curious. Yeah, 16 minutes on this move, which for Jan is quite a lot.
He's playing extremely slow today, extremely slow. So he has changed his pace of play. I mean, at least, you look at this game, because there was nothing really so far. I mean, incredibly difficult. You know, of course, there were different options, but I know Jan that he usually plays very quickly. You know, when there are 2-3 moves which seemingly look more or less equal in strength.
Vindicated. I am so happy about this.
Yeah. So at least we are not such idiots. Even if it's not a good move, then
Russian chess school.
We are not ashamed.
Russian chess school showing its true colors here.
But I still believe it's good. I mean, it's good enough to not to be worse, to make a draw, and otherwise, well, yeah. I still let's see. But White shouldn't have any problems here after bishop f4. Even if
I think he'll be fine. I just find it so funny that, you know, Jan tanked for not forever, but tanked for a very, very serious amount of time and still went with this move, which machine dislikes, but just kind of really begged to be played from from my human perspective. Yeah. And Magnus spending 0 time on bishop takes f3.
But that also means that he expected this move as the main move. So okay, I mean, it's okay. So at least our honor is safe.
Sort of, we are. Yeah, we have been rescued by our.
Because the worst would be if the game would keep on going, and then at the press conference somebody would ask him, "What about bishop f4?" And both said, "No, what bishop f4? No, but this is total nonsense. We didn't even consider it." That would be the worst. At least now we are safe.
Yeah, no, I think we're okay here.
So Peter, I think it's time for me to
probably
jump. I'm very sorry to leave you alone, and actually I would be very happy to keep on analyzing this game with you, but I think my Russian-speaking audience was promised.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that, and I know we've overrun the time, but I really appreciate you being here. And chat was full of, Kramnik is my hero, and please never leave. And if you ever come back, they will be extremely happy. So will I.
I will try if I mean because I like very much this channel. I think it's fantastic. I mean, I'm doing quite a lot for the channel. So if my boss,
our boss,
yes, I'm kidding. But if he wants me one day to work on the English-speaking channel instead of Russian-speaking, I wouldn't mind. I mean, for me, of course, it's easier to speak Russian, but from other point of view, where else I will have such a company? So. That's. I mean, I would be happy.
Okay.
So we will ask him.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah. If this happens again, I will be very, very happy as well. And on this note, we'll make a short break, and I'll be back with Miro, which is also fantastic. But thank you very much for joining me today. And hopefully we're back.
Yeah.
With my esteemed colleague,
let me try to center myself. I mean, I don't know if it actually works. Yep. Okay.
There we have it, and we welcome Evgeny Miroschnichenko to the stream. A very, very good friend of mine. I'm very happy to be working with him again. We used to actually travel half across the world to sit in a very, basementy studio in St. Louis and do it in Russian. And now we don't go anywhere and we do it in English. So life is full of surprises, but it's very good to be working with you again, and we have an event going on.
Okay, same here. So sorry, I know I don't have to talk much. I mean that's the benefit of working with Peter Svidler. So you have to say, Peter, it's so nice the line that you're showing. But yeah, anyway, I mean I've got something to say. I mean, first of all, I've been pleased with how warm the audience. I mean, we don't have quite a large audience, but how the audience was receiving Mr. Peter Svidler and Mr. Vladimir Kramnik. They said awesome commentary. I was about to type, now it's going to get worse. so don't worry, folks. I mean, I do not have any experience commentating on World Championship matches. However, I do have an experience commentating for Levitov Chess, and that's kind of a special thing,
Yeah, you're sort of the in-house lawyer of the team, the person in charge of it normally, and I probably should have let you have the wheel, considering what now that Vlad is not here and I'm less ashamed to share my personal life story. I managed to lock myself out of the flat about 80 minutes before the start of the broadcast.
Oops.
And the door is now basically broken. Because there was no way otherwise to let me back in. And yeah, there was some screaming and kicking of things when this was going on, because I assumed the responsibility of actually running the entire show from my machine, and then obviously did that so that the entire show for a second there was kind of hanging in the air. And it was very, very unclear if we would even go live in time for the first game, but life is never boring when I'm concerned.
Yeah. Okay, so what's I mean, not that I didn't watch the show, but what happens? I mean, can you tell me a little bit? Because I've seen Magnus has blundered the pawn on move with this knight a5 strange move, which I do not approve.
Yeah, Magnus appears to care very little about having the same amount of pawns as his opponent in all of these Spanishes. He's been doing this for quite a while, I think, playing all these kinds of gambits, and this is just the latest in a very long line, I think, of gambits that he tried. And just coming back, we haven't talked about this for 2 hours, but yeah, the old version of the same gambit is to play bishop b7 and then play d5, giving up the pawn on e5
and go to d4, right?
Yeah, and then I mean, this, as far as I'm concerned, this is still a forced draw, even if you play knight e5 and queen d6. But maybe the newest engines have refuted it somehow, and people have been playing mainly knight d4 here. But perhaps the reason for the move order that Magnus chose, as we were kind of speculating with Vladimir early in the show, is that here white can pretend they don't need to take on e5 just yet and play something like knight b2, which leads to different types of positions.
Gioco piano Italian once again.
Sort of, yeah. It's not very Gioco, because I think I looked at this at some point, and yeah, the lines become actually kind of crazy. But we probably don't need an extensive but also completely faulty opening lecture from me, because my knowledge on this line is dating to 2010 or whatever. And he also played a kind of a weird pawn sack like this, I think, in the World Cup against somebody. So he's been shuffling various ways of losing a pawn very, very early on in the Spanish. And this is just the latest in a long line of blunders. Using the word blunder there very, very advisedly before people start flaming me for calling a very decent move a blunder. And yeah, what we have now, we had this very long discussion with Vladimir in this position, with Vladimir and chat.
Yeah, and myself being included in the chat, because even though I kept silent, I was watching, and I like the way you slowly drifted from, okay, black should try to play for a win, and black is okay. And is black okay, right?
Yeah, there was definitely a kind of a shift in perspective. But mainly, I wanted to ask your impression as yet another, quote unquote Soviet school grandmaster. Do you think Bishop 4 is natural here? Would you have played Bishop 4 here?
Automatic.
Exactly.
I mean, he has two bishops. I can exchange one of them.
And it's just so funny that not only the fact that the machine disagrees with it, we have established, and nothing new can be said about that. But also, somebody in chat pointed out that Vishy did not mention the move Bishop 4 once until somebody asked him if it was any good, and then I assume he said no. So
okay.
So we have a very obvious kind of difference of opinion here between the three people in this studio and everybody who is still sane. I guess, I don't know. Like it's just so weird to me that we are so fixated on the fact that Bishop 4 is good, and it objectively isn't, and also nobody else seems to think it is.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can tell you my stories. I mean, first of all, I would not play knight e7 as black, because it allows Bishop f4, end of the variation. I mean.
Exactly. And that was actually how the conversation went with Vladimir when we got here. One of us brought up knight e7, and then Vladimir said, yeah, but that allows Bishop f4. And we started looking at other things. We just kind of completely moved on. But yeah, we should probably kind of let this topic rest, because I mean, it's hard to argue with supercomputer's opinion, and it probably isn't the best move in the position. I just wanted sort of additional confirmation that I'm not mad, or perhaps that the entire world is mad or whatever. So what do we have now? Up to knight f5, we discussed this with Vlad a little bit, and we came to the conclusion that black has obvious counterplay here with moves like knight h4, knight a, knight d4 in particular, which is why Jan played c3. And how do we go about things here with black? First thing to point out is g5 would have been a sensible move, I think, if not for the fact that there is rook e5.
There's rook e5, yeah.
Yeah, you can play knight h5 and rook takes d3, following my old friend Jan Gustafsson rule of always showing mate in one when there is an opportunity to show a mate in one on the board. Rook takes d3 would be a mistake here, but there is a move rook h6.
Rook h6, yeah.
Solves most of the problems.
Kind of probably is still fine with rook e5, but
exactly,
you need that, right?
Mm-hmm, But I think the immediate rook e5 is stronger.
Yep.
Where you cannot play rook f6 at all now because of knight d5 or knight h5, but I think knight d5 is stronger. So you will have to take on f4 and hope that this is not too bad. But it's not great. I don't think you should be playing this. Although I think maybe you actually make a draw here, rook f4, rook d2. How bad can this be?
Can you start with king e2 rather?
Yeah, I was also wondering
king
about
e2,
that,
but then rook c to d6, right?
Yeah, I don't see.
And a check on g1. I don't know if I need this check and something.
Yeah, I just go to f8, and I couldn't find any continuation here for white that looked very promising, because rook d2 check is just such a large threat that you just don't really. I mean, you can probably make. No, I wanted to say you can make an
rook
immediate draw.
a6. That's exactly the line.
It actually loses. Yeah,
like always
loses.
show a checkmate in one.
Yeah, it loses because you need to stay in touch with the rook on d2 here. You can play king f1, then you don't get mated, but you lose the rook on a6.
Lose the rook, yeah.
Yeah, and if you play king e1, unfortunately for you, you run out of squares for your king. So what I'm slowly coming to the first conclusion I'm coming to here is that perhaps g5 is an immediate draw, or at least, that's how it looks to me right this moment. I could be wrong, but it's my sort of original impression here that g5 is maybe an immediate draw. And the question is, can we play for a win here with black? Or is there a more comfortable draw where you have to worry even less?
Speaking of a comfortable draw, honestly,
Yeah.
I don't understand what's the problem at all. I mean, if I continue the Soviet school, g6, king g7, all the nice-looking moves.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe we don't actually have to find the forced draw because we're just not wars. Yeah.
Kind of d3 is weak. It's protected by the knight on f4, which is kind of unstable and doesn't have all that many squares.
Yeah, it's also a very solid point. Yeah, I mean, I can play something like rook e4 and then rook a1, and it's still unclear what white wants. Maybe white wants to trade one pair of rooks with rook e8, like if you allow everything.
Yeah, fair enough. But maybe it's now that I'm going g5.
Yeah.
And then if it's knight h5, there is king g6 or stuff like that. Yeah.
This doesn't work. Yeah. Rook e5. Rook e5 still works though. Yeah. So, but this is a good point that you're bringing up, that the position might be solid enough for black not even have to search for anything that makes a draw immediately.
But yet again, we are coming back to your argument: can black try to do something? Okay, maybe he doesn't need to.
Yeah, but I mean, Vladimir was absolutely certain that white is not worse here, and I also think that it's very unlikely that white is worse, even though I made a mistake of opening one of the other broadcasts just to have some kind of an info on how much time people are taking for moves, and this unfortunately gives me evaluations. Let me switch the evaluations off so it doesn't pollute my already addled mind. Go away. Why don't you... Hang on.
Okay, so having the YouTube chat open, and there is a question.
There's been an infestation, and I don't actually have mod powers in that chat.
But that's okay. That's okay. That's not a bug. It's a feature of this. No, but the question about the Soviet school. What the heck is a Soviet school? I mean, by that point, I feel it's kind of a meme.
Yeah, I think. I have a kind of a stock answer to that question because you get asked that question quite a bit in interviews, and I think, people think calling me an infestation is a little strong. Hey, Derek, how you doing? Yeah, very nice to see. Very nice to see the proper crowd filtering in.
Yeah.
And I've seen Seville in here earlier as well, and I think I said hi. But if I didn't say hi, Seville. Once again, now that Vladimir is gone, I'm much less ashamed of, reverting to my earlier role of, a Twitch troll. Russian chess school, it sounds like it's something magical, imbued with some sort of fantastic properties. But what I think it actually is the game was given prominence by state support. And because the game became, instead of this really kind of a niche thing that losers do in their spare time, playing against themselves because nobody will play with them, it became quite a mainstream thing to do, which conferred reasonable status on you if you were good as well, which is kind of important because, if it's something that you can do and state will support you in your training and will actually support you if you become quite strong, it becomes a viable career path. So that in its turn resulted in parents bringing children to chess clubs in numbers which are completely unheard of in the West. In my school, by the time I was in 4th grade, I think of the boys in my class, like 75% of them went to the same pioneer's house that I did. By 4th grade, all of them quit because none of them really wanted to do it. And I was the only one left. But the point that their parents still brought them there to see if they were any good at the game is very important, because this way you don't lose talent, you are much, much likelier to discover all the talented boys and girls who are good at the game, but in other circumstances would just basically, they would never be shown the game. And then on top of that, you get a coaching structure and the state support structure, which is of course very important. But I think the main reason why Soviet Union was so dominant for so long was simply that because of the early successes of the Soviet chess players, the state system decided that, this is something where we can show the superiority of, the Soviet way of life over the decadent West. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can show that we are smarter and better than the decadent, rotting carcass of the capitalist society, and poured a lot of money and support into it, and because of that, the pool of talent to take from was just so much larger than in the West. And I really do think that this is, the biggest reason for the many, many decades of Soviet dominance.
Yeah, so basically the structure at the very low level, right? So nowadays, I mean, you're a
grassroots,
kid, you picked up chess, what do? Okay, now you're kind of playing online all the time, but say 10 years before, it's not clear what you do if you're Western Europe. I mean, you probably go to some local chess club, or you don't know where to start. And as you said, I mean, in your school that'd be a chess club, chess section.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. And of course, there's also coaching stuff, and availability of coaching is extremely important for the upbringing of those talented children, which do come to clubs and do start studying the game. But I don't think there's somebody asked me, isn't Russian chess school an attitude, a set of principles on how to play the game? I think they are universal principles. I don't think Russian players necessarily knew something that the best Western players didn't. It's just that this information was much more readily available because there was a structure starting from the very, very bottom and extending to, the support for the very best players in the country, which allowed for this knowledge to be much more widely shared. I don't think there was, any kind of a, magical source of knowledge which was completely unavailable to the West. And, all of those pictures of, let's say, Fischer picking up enough Russian to start reading Russian chess literature. I mean, the principles were widely available. It's just that in the West, until perhaps after Fischer, the game was, as I mentioned, a kind of a very, very niche thing to do, which wasn't really considered, a viable choice for, much of anyone.
It still is, no?
Sort of, yeah. But I think the attitudes are changing. In the meantime, there were two moves played, and Magnus, after spending some time on knight h4, actually decided to play something concrete. And you have to have a follow-up here, because rook e3 is a very useful move for white as well.
Yeah.
You're preparing to double.
I actually thought kind of knight f5 back asking a question, but that's silly.
Yeah, I don't. Why are we forcing?
There is rook e5 with a tempo and then a move. Yeah, king e2.
Yeah, it just feels like it's extremely unlikely this is what Magnus is planning, because this looks like you're begging for a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
This looks like you're kind of playing knight h4, rook e3, knight f5, rook e5, knight h4, and kind of looking your opponent in the eyes and saying, yes, I improved your rook's position significantly, but can you please play rook e3 back?
I don't care, right?
Yeah, because your pawn is hanging and maybe you're kind of, worried and slightly nervous in the first World Championship game you ever play. Yeah, I'm pretty sure knight f5 is not what he's planning here.
Okay,
maybe
so
something like rook f6 or king f8.
Yeah, rook f6. I was thinking knight d5.
Exactly. This is why I suggested king f8. Yeah, I want to safeguard the back rank. I don't like allowing this at all. But after the issue with suggesting king f8 here is that I can go rook a1 and kind of renew the same idea. But then a6 is not hanging, so maybe this is an improvement.
Yeah. This way you can take on f3.
Yeah, maybe this is an improvement.
No, you cannot. Oh,
Why?
you can. No, there was
make
a
up
glitch.
make up your mind.
No, there was a glitch. I still, for some reason, still thought the king was on. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind. I'm reading the chat. I have no idea about chess, but I'm reading the chat, and there was kind of a more specific question about what makes bishop f4 that we all three of us agreed on being a tempting move. What makes it a Soviet chess school? And I thought it's that you've, because of exactly what you've mentioned, a lot of literature, a lot of chess study material, and you've seen and you've been taught so many times that the power of two bishops, and you have to exchange one of them. So it's more of an intuition-based or pattern-based thing. And
but it is sort of drilled into you that in a position like this, any kind of a bishop trade should favor white very significantly. And basically, the counterpoint to it is that exactly what Magnus played after bishop f4, the whole sequence with bishop f3 and then rook c6, this is a very concrete way of playing, because if you let white stabilize here, if let's say, if after rook e1 in this position, I will make like a number of slow moves for black, like really kind of poor-ish moves, and then let's say you let me play knight g2 and knight e3.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, the knight on e3. And then
you will feel like, I mean, there's still going to be some compensation because, all of these pawns are somewhat broken up. It's not going to be, instantly lost for black or anything like that at all, but you no longer really have any kind of immediate compensation for it, and white is quite happy. The bishops are gone. The king is much safer after the simplification. The king is much safer just staying even on an open e-file. And the fact that you trade the bishop on b7 makes you sort of worry about the a6 pawn more or less all the time.
So after all, he brought the right, or rather kept the right rook. So the rook on a1, not on e1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the game actually borne out the decision to go rook ec1 on move 19, or whichever move that was, move 19. So what I'm trying to say is the reason why bishop f4 is not great is extremely concrete. It's not conceptually. I still am convinced this is a good move. The reason why it isn't is that after all the trades happen and rook c6 and knight f5 happens, you realize you probably will not have an easy time stabilizing because of how much immediate activity black gets against the ruined king side. So the steal doesn't really refute my original absolute cast iron conviction that bishop f4 is a good move strategically. It just doesn't quite work out tactically, which is something that often happens with good strategic moves.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that was my phrase. So that's what I thought. So all the pattern-based decisions, if they don't work because of dynamics, because of some, I mean, if you have good patterns, that still, those are the moves that you're kind of suggesting, the moves you're looking at, they're supposed to be good moves, unless something like that happens.
Yeah, and interesting that he's still thinking, because like knight h4 more or less forces rook e3, I would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some other moves, but rook e3 has to be the first move you look at in reply to knight h4, because, I mean, the pawn is hanging and this move protects it. So it's a slightly unusual sequence to make the move knight h4 after a reasonably long period of thought, and then to continue tanking after your opponent replies in the most natural way possible.
Yeah, I was actually, now that you've said that he's thinking for a long time, I thought, could it be that he was looking at something else? But I don't know. Knight d5 could make. No, it doesn't make any point. No, I thought kind of let's be smart. Let's play knight d5 so we do not allow rook f6. But that's exactly, let's say that's what we want. We want to play knight d5 after rook f6.
First of all, and secondly, you are more or less forcing black to make a move they want to make pretty much in every single position.
Which is king f8.
Yeah. It sidesteps all of these forks. It stops, or at least much lessens, the issues with back-ranked mates. Now the knight is hanging, the f3 pawn is still hanging, and yeah, knight d5, I don't know, maybe he was considering something like rook e7, knight f3, rook e7. Which is a very concrete way of playing. I just don't think it... Like, I don't know why, but I have a feeling it will not work.
I can take b3. I can
also
think of g5.
G5 just might be very, very strong here because knight h5, rook h6, and after we've driven this knight away, we can start picking up some of white's pawns. Like, I can even take here because I have g4 in this position, protecting both the knight and the rook from the attack. So, yeah, curious that some kind of a reply hasn't been forthcoming after rook e3. I still like king f8 more than I like anything else. I still feel like this has to be my number one move.
Wait a second. Did we try g5 here for whatever reason?
No, we haven't. Yeah, maybe. I guess my default setting is to. Yeah, my arrows are still abysmal.
Knight h5.
Because if it goes back, we can maybe go knight f5 with much more justification than earlier. I mean, I also you need to consider knight g2, but maybe black just goes knight g6 and says this is an achievement, yeah. Because this, the
horse is not great on g2.
Yeah, the disparity in the activity of the horsey-looking pieces are, it's quite marked. Maybe, yeah. g5. What squares can we... I mean, knight h5 definitely is something you can try. Because knight f5, rook e5, we've been there. And if rook h6, I can go knight g3. And then the knight actually has some squares to look forward to, potentially. And also, honestly, I just... unless it makes an immediate draw or perhaps gives black immediate advantage, I just don't really like... committing to such dramatic structure changes here. I don't think we have to.
Yeah. No, I mean, I still want to justify knight h4 because it, as you said, it kind of calls for an immediate action, right? So you could have done something else. You chose knight h4. What's in the cards? I mean, what was the point of knight h4? It's not the move that you like per se. You want it to be explained to you in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, I'm a bit confused by it. I don't entirely know what the point was. And the closest I can come is playing king f8 here with the intention.
With the idea of
rook f6. we reestablished the idea of rook f6, rook f3. Yeah.
Okay, to which I'll gonna have a counter argument. Okay, rook e1 was one thing. How about king e2? So I go king e2.
King e2. Yeah, now we can probably go g5 because I will actually have some tactical justification. Yeah. Because like knight h5 compared to the previous line, it's just knight g2 is here. Knight g2 is just so strong here. I mean, white probably doesn't lose, but it's obviously
he might.
Not something that you absolutely need to do to your position. So yeah, king f8 looks normal. White might have to kind of bail and play something like knight g2 maybe immediately. But then even if you trade and play something like, I don't know, rook cd6, you're not that much worse, or rook d5 and then rook cd6. g6, king g7. This is a kind of a typical rook ending, which, because of how weakened the white king side is, you never really make too much progress because there's always some kind of
rook g6, rook h6 draw or stuff like that.
Yeah, there's always a lot of counterplay against your weaknesses on the king side. A king f8 just does look very, very natural. Why not push a pawn instead of moving the king in order to solve the back rank issues? That's a good question. Yeah, we can play something like g6 here. I don't think it's bad. I just feel that sort of protecting yourself from rook a1 and rook e8 check might still be sensible, even though, like in this particular case, this will cost white the pawn on f3, so maybe you don't have to be worried. But he does play king f8. It's just that he took a lot longer than I would have expected him to.
What move number is that? I'm sorry, I'm watching.
That's
the
27.
Chat. 27.
Yeah, that's 27.
So we are not really talking about any time troubles.
No, I don't think there will be any time trouble today. It's still a complicated position, but it's not so complicated that you run into any time trouble, at least in the first time control with like 50 minutes for 13 moves.
Yeah, and it's only game 1 out of I don't know how many games this match going to last. So yeah. I suspect we will have this type of a situation a lot. It's only one game, Peter. So typically, if you're getting a little bit bored or you said everything about the position, at least I'm tempted to say, okay, let's look at other games. But
yeah,
there
exactly,
are no other games.
Yeah, this is going to be the challenge. Yeah, because I'm not sure how the viewers of this particular channel, which is, I mean, the channel is very new, so you probably don't have like established customs here, at least in the English side broadcast. But if we just randomly start discussing whatever it is that we will start discussing,
anything.
Yeah, the quote unquote slump Ronnie is experiencing right now, or the health of the long-term financial markets, or I don't know,
speculations on the dog money. I mean,
there's anything but chess, please. Yeah, there's always going to be somebody who wants anything but chess when a position looks like this.
YouTube chat suggests to discuss BG meta.
Yeah, I think Miro has retired from
well,
that
not
curse.
From watching the dog from time to time.
Yeah, and I haven't retired, but I'm so bad that I think I should be disqualified from discussing it. So, yeah, probably not that. Probably not that. We'll see. I mean, I will. The important things in life need to be shouted out. So I will, at least once per stream, we should do #delete Diablo, right? And then we can move on. Because first things first. Still trying to find novel things to say about this position, but I don't know what they are.
Pushing a pawn. I mean,
which pawn though? I think all of the pawn moves here
is not. Yeah, c4 putting the knight on d5. That's what I would think if we'd have a little bit more minor pieces, because here the knight on d5 will be a beautiful knight, but damaging my pawn structure kind of entirely of the c4.
Yeah, and Jan does go knight g2, which is a move that we've talked about. I think mainly because it's just something to do against the threat of rook f6, and there's I almost. A person in chat has been very, very insistently asking whether we have read the. I'm just gonna do it because, it's not really. The thing about Lisitsin's books is that, in my mind, I don't think I've read the Lisitsin book, but my immediate association with the Lisitsin book is the very, very stupid and childish soundbite, kind of a play on the sound of his name, which I think is like the immediate thing that Russian chess players think of when it comes to Lisitsin's books. I haven't read it. It might be good. It might not. Anyway, yeah, that was not the detour I wanted. Knight g2 is normal. Yeah, I think Magnus should probably take. If you play knight g6 without the pawn on g5, this looks much less threatening to white, and you can maybe even start pushing with maybe f4 with the idea of meeting rook f6 with f5. Although
some tricks again.
Yeah, this might actually be a way to run into
Trickster.
trouble.
Is it a unit? I think it's a unit. Trickster.
Yeah. Knight 6 is playable, but the issue here is I think knight takes g2 is so safe that...
Yeah, knight takes g2 is safe, but, you know, as a man of culture, I still want to play knight f5 for whatever reason. I like my knight on f5.
Yeah, and also I think this is why knight g2 was played exactly now, because now after knight f5, rook e5, white is sort of just in time to start some of their own counterplay.
So g6, you'll play what?
Maybe even knight e3, but I can also just go
king e2, yeah.
King e2, maybe, and start hinting at knight e3 next move. I'm a little bit worried about this rook, because it's sort of looking at running out of squares, but there's normally always enough squares. I assume this is actually just a draw. Because...
yeah, it's not like you want to go to f4, right?
Exactly. Like, if Black will definitely not be disappointed if you do this to yourself. Because then, you know, you can actually start dreaming of rounding it up and picking it up later. Already g5 here is a bit of a threat. So, yeah, maybe knight f5 is also fine, and maybe Vladimir spoke quite a bit about that when he was on the idea that you don't perhaps want to give white an easy game. If at some point you catch what you think is an attempt by your opponent in their first ever World Championship game to kind of back it up and make a reasonably comfortable draw. Yeah, and you think your position is not worse at all, you maybe should be playing on. But I don't know if Black's position here is good enough to support that. People are saying maybe the immediate knight e3 is stronger. Maybe it is, yeah. Knight e3, and then if you take... I was slightly unhappy about that because you have to take with the rook here. There's absolutely no justification for giving up the d3 pawn. And taking with the rook is kind of meh. But it's not really... Like, it's meh because you probably aren't...
It's kind of less meh compared to me exchanging the knights on g2. So your point stands. Let's just take on g2 and be happy with Black.
Yeah, I think Black probably is okay after pretty much every single quote-unquote legal move in this position. Knight g6 probably isn't much worse for them. Knight f5 is probably fine. And knight takes g2, as we have established, should be completely fine. We'll see what Magnus decides, yeah. It's to a certain degree, I really do think it's a matter of taste here. But yeah, I expect this to never really leave the drawing margins here for the rest of the game.
Since I'm commentating with you, I'll be using peter out to a draw as an expression. It's my go-to expression.
Peter out is good, yeah.
He'll peter out to a draw after exchange on g2.
If knight takes g2, won't white bring the other rook to the g-file with some pressure? There's really no... Like, even if you give white sort of infinite tempi here, I don't know, rook d5, you go... And people were talking about bringing it to the g-file, so I will ignore the fact that these checks exist and just make some moves. h5 is probably actually a mistake here, but... Because you probably want to preserve the option of rook h5. But even if you get some kind of a position like this, the issue for white here is not that there are weaknesses. Even though they are, and as I mentioned, like, this is probably not something Black should ever do, because depriving yourself of this counterplay is just wrong. Your bigger issue with white here is that because you still have those weaknesses, you will just find it extremely difficult to make any meaningful progress at all. Black is just like rock solid, and maybe you can try something like rook d1, and then if Black continues passing for another 52 moves, you can start pushing something in the center. And even that position you probably don't win. But yeah, it's Black needs to be cooperative, and even if Black is extremely cooperative, you still have very limited ways of generating any kind of pressure. And Magnus does go with knight f5 in the end.
My move.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
And rook e5, g6, yeah.
d5, d6, and we said knight e3, right?
Knight e3 trades the knights, and king e2 is a kind of a draw for, because as I mentioned, you probably do not want to be leaving these two squares. And honestly, because of the existence of this line of f6 and knight e6, I think king e2 is just a mistake. Because, like, why it does look a little bit like begging for a draw here, which you are really not obliged to do in a position where you're pawn up. Because knight e1, that is unexpected.
Knight e1. Okay, so the pawns are protected.
Yeah, it's very safe, but the issue is, like, with the black knight being this great, and the white knight just doing this absolutely sort of full-on defensive job, how are you ever expecting to make...
It's absolutely
I guess his point is, once the rook gets to e4, he might want to try pushing b3, b4. This is what I realized as I was
kind of
saying.
undoubling one of the pawns, and
Yeah. If that happens, like if you play something like king f7 before, and then you don't have any kind of tactical way to stop this from happening, like knight d6, for instance, because rook h4 might be fine. So king f7, I guess, is a mistake. But if we're just talking structurally, both this trade and let's say this move, which allows both d4 and d takes e4, would be definitely why we'll be very, very happy with the progress being made. But you should be able to quite comfortably not allow that to happen at all, because the rook on e4, you can just start chasing it straight away.
Yeah.
And when it goes away, we just bring the knight back.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's a very, very good point in the chat. Could you, and I mean, probably you should do it, I haven't seen much of a game, summarize the game so far for the noobs? And, okay, I mean, kind of shifting points. So what was happening? Okay, knight a5 was new to us, right? Maybe it's not a new move,
we can run through this. So they played one of the absolute main lines of the Spanish. Magnus said, "Would you like to play a marshal?" Jan said, "No, thank you." Played h3, and here Magnus went with a line which I think is extremely new at like top human level, but has been seen in correspondence quite a bit. We were told by chat, and up until a very, very weird looking move, king f1, they were actually both blitzing. And then after king f1, Magnus played rook fb8, which is a move that looks kind of strange, but the point is you can already take on e5 here. And this is not a queen blunder, because the queen f3 is also hanging, but queen takes b7, and after queen h2, I'm not even sure exactly what white is supposed to do here. It kind of looks scary, but I guess the machines suggest it's not really scary after something like queen
just
f3,
go back, perhaps bishop e3, king e2,
knight bg2, and so on. So black goes rook fb8, and now queen takes e5 is a very large threat, forcing white more or less to trade queens, and we got this endgame. There are some talking points about this endgame, but as a kind of a summary, black always has tremendous compensation here because of the bishop pair and the active pieces, and there was a lot of shuffling going on, and then structure got changed when Jan saw an opportunity to trade some of the bishops away with bishop f4, which does trade the bishops, but also allows black to spoil the white structure quite a bit. And we are currently playing this position where white is still a pawn up. White has been pawn up for the last 20 moves. But black has very, very nice sort of long-term compensation because of how horrible the structure is.
He just figured out that according to modern standards, you're supposed to fianchetto the knights, not the bishops, right? So knight g2 was played and then knight g7 in response. And seriously, as much as I liked my knight on f5, this knight being on e6
won't be even better,
won't be worse, because c5 will be protected. It'll be jump into f4 in some cases.
My initial reaction was honestly surprised, because I didn't think it was necessarily called for, and I was about to suggest that just playing f6 and after rook e4, as I mentioned, just playing knight d6, you really don't want this rook on any of those types of squares, because I think black really can start looking at ways to round it up and create a lot of issues for white.
I mean, maybe it's once again, maybe it's very kind of very concrete, like rook h4 with the tempo and king g7 b4. Maybe I'm on time.
No, I don't think it will work out.
Yeah.
You have to go rook g4. I will play h5, and I'm claiming black is better now.
Of course,
because you have to recapture with the c pawn, and like now there is a lot of
ugly.
That's just unbelievably ugly. But the move Magnus made is also quite sensible because as you mentioned, bringing it over to e6 overprotects the pawn on c5. There's also a very nice f4 square to aim for, and if the rook goes to e4, which at some point it might, even like after the immediate rook e4 here, you can definitely consider just playing f5, I think. Because
f5, rook back to e5, and then knight to e6, king to f7, something like that.
Yeah, and then the king just runs up to f6. The white pieces are positioned in such a way that this very, very simple plan of just landing the king on f6 and driving the rook away from e5 sort of manually is extremely difficult to stop. If you go like king e2, king e3, and f4, you kind of lose the game to knight takes f4, and then g5 check, and the rook on e5 falls. So, yeah, I like knight g7, and I also like how decisive Magnus was with this choice. He did not really, deliberate for too long, and he knows e6 is a good square, and he is just going for it without really giving too much thought about. Because I'm pretty sure there's plenty healthy options here for black, but he likes this one, so he goes with it.
Yeah. Shall we talk a bit about the modern history of World Championship matches? I mean, okay, game one. Can you recall kind of all the game ones of Magnus's matches, let's say? So I remember with Caruana, he was completely winning with black, but ended up making a draw.
Yeah, I will probably struggle remembering every single one. The Karakin game one was a kind of a quiet affair. I think it was actually a Spanish which he held quite comfortably with. I think it was some sort of a different anti-martial, maybe a 6d3 Spanish, where Sergei showed like a small idea, and it didn't really lead very far. Username on Twitch is saying first one against Anand was an 11-move draw, which means that rules were slightly different in those years, right? Because now I think they will not. No, game one was Trumpovsky against Karakin. Correct. Yeah. Because it was 2016 and he was trolling everybody.
Yeah, he was white. Yeah.
Yeah, he was white. Yeah. Because they swapped colors midway through the match because he was also white in the last game.
Yeah, but that's how it works.
Yeah, exactly. Because they doubled the colors on game 6 and 7 to change the order. And then game 2 was the quiet Spanish I had in mind, yeah. And game 1 was actually kind of weird against Sergei because he got a position you would expect him to torture his opponent in forever, and it was like a very easy draw for Sergei. Sergei didn't even break a sweat. Second match against Vishy. No, I can't remember game 1 from that one. They're all kind of hazy in my mind. I do remember Magnus defended the title reasonably comfortably, but the games are all kind of bunched together in my mind. Game ones generally end up being a draw. One of the exceptions from that rule was the game that Vladimir brought up on stream earlier, because he did win game 1 against Leko in Brissago.
With black,
With black, yeah. And he did say that was exactly the game he was using to make his point about maybe not giving an easy draw, because he said at some point Leko just very clearly started telegraphing that he wanted for the game to end, and Vladimir was not better at all at that point, but he just thought, if my opponent wants to go home, I probably shouldn't want to go home.
Yeah,
and it actually paid off.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting way of approaching the situation. Because, there is such thing as objective evaluation. There is such thing as, look at the position and tell, but sometimes you are still unsure, right? And then, it doesn't really hurt to kind of listen to what your opponent has to tell. And if he's uncertain, if he shows, some signs of anxiety, then maybe you keep pieces on the board. Maybe you're avoiding trades and repetitions.
Mm-hmm. But here, honestly, I don't know what to read into the decisions that they're making. In particular, I'm very curious about the move 91, because I assume both of them feel correctly that 93 is just a draw, because of how difficult it is to do anything at all once the knights get traded off. But like,
hang on a second. 93 f6, isn't it an easier draw?
Maybe this is the reason.
Maybe that's the point. Kind of 93 f6.
Maybe there's a
d3.
Maybe there's a tactical justification for all of this. And also after rook e4 we can go 96 and actually force the rook to go to some really poor squares.
Yeah.
So maybe 93 was just
that's
93
the
maybe,
actual point.
Yeah. 93 hang on a second. Yeah, rook d5 doesn't work. I was alarmed that we're missing rook d5.
But this comes with a check this time.
Yeah, this is a check. Okay, that explains many things. Yeah, because I was really, really curious as to why you would choose 91, because I really don't think you can play for a win by sort of misplacing your pieces this hard. And I mean, this, don't take it as a criticism of Jan's choice. I think probably it's justified, but you like with your structure as broken up as it is and the pieces as passive as they are, I just don't think this is a winning attempt. And yeah, there's also some people in chat saying that there's 0% Jan thinks he is better. I think I would tend to agree. And yeah, and Topalov beat Vichy in this Grunfeld in game 1 in Sofia.
The longish line with some attack was like
where
something, yeah.
Yeah,
Beg your pardon. Try to adjust the camera a little.
That was a very exciting game, yeah. Where Vichy definitely forgot what his file said, but I think later computer analysis that were published kind of proved that maybe there wasn't a draw there even after best play, which is sort of was surprising to me at the time. But Neil is saying Nepo always thinks he is better. I don't know. I think he's become much more grounded in recent years. This may have been true when he was a kid.
Yeah, there is a feeling like he is one of those like really optimistic guys, right? So when he loses, he still thinks that the chance was around and it always was okay.
Yeah, but I think that this used to be much more true than it is now. And rook e4 actually has been played, the move I was talking about, after some thought. And this is extremely concrete by Jan, because as we mentioned, b3, b4 is just about the only proactive idea White has in this position, or at least currently. And he is just very directly going for it. And I'm kind of wondering if you can actually sort of go all in here with the move like... Hang on, you cannot. This is very cute.
Whoa.
The rook actually gets picked up.
Rook h4, g5, black just wins.
More or less. I mean, you don't have to resign just yet, but you do.
But you will have to.
Yeah, you'll have to late. Yeah, you will have to a bit late. Yeah. So f5 forces the rook to, I mean, e5 or e3. I guess nobody plays rook e2 here. Pretty much forces that.
That's something very similar to what we were discussing, right? Rook back to e5, and then you either go knight e6 or king f7.
This is exactly the line we were discussing, yeah. He is sort of provoking f5, but I also think black is extremely happy about being provoked to play f5, because it just takes away squares from white pieces. In particular, if white cannot keep the rook on e5. And I don't, like, after knight e6 specifically, I don't think, your pieces are just so misplaced that, like, you can spend 3 tempi getting the a1 rook to e2, and then you still lose material. At least the h3 pawn, and maybe even something more. So, yeah, I just... Feels like black should not at all be unhappy about having to play f5. f5 is a move you should be looking to play. Hang on a second. So, maybe after f5 we play rook e3 and try to play knight c2 next, and then push for b4 this way. But it once again becomes very concrete, right? Knight e6, knight c2, knight f4, we start to...
d4 this time.
Yeah, d4, but yeah, 5 played. Magnus came came prepared for this. He knew it was at least a motif, so... Yeah, d4 we can go... Maybe it's not that stupid, actually. I thought it was less problematic for black than it maybe is.
Yeah, the knight on f4 is of course beautiful, but can we extract something significant?
Yeah. We can pick up this pawn. I didn't really want to take away the beautiful f4 square from our pieces, but maybe winning a very healthy pawn is justification enough. Rook a1, king f7, and why are we so unhappy about finally being equal material?
Was there king e2 instead of rook e1? But
yeah, you could, but
yes, first... like because this time rook d6 runs.
Yeah, rook d6 doesn't actually work because
d6, yeah.
We don't have rook d1 check in this position because the rook controls that square. In the meantime, rook e3 knight e6 already played, so Jan now has the option of playing knight c2 and entering all of these complications, and it might be the last time you can actually play knight c2. Because if you allow knight f4, I have a feeling you will never have time for that ever again.
No, that's probably what you do, because I mean, what else? Like,
yeah, I think white is actually kind of drifting into potentially somewhat dangerous waters. I'm wondering if
knight g2, it looks extremely ugly, but stops f4 for now.
Does it? It kind of stops f4, yeah, because we can play rook e4, I guess.
Yeah, rook e4, and then after rook d3, rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6
this funny line.
Exactly.
I mean, it's probably still a draw, but you end up being down a pawn.
Yeah, I guess black doesn't lose this, but black definitely does not want to play this rook endgame. It's not. By this point, black wants more. Black wants much better than this. So you make some kind of a waiting move. You go like, I don't know, king f7 for now, I guess. Bringing it over to f6 can very rarely be a mistake.
And maybe here...
Knight g2 played, by the way.
I'll go... Knight g2 played, yeah. Maybe I'll go with an ambitious claim that I can play f4, bring the king to somewhere around g3 or f3, whatever. And then free your
knight, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like this. Do they get more time at some point? Yeah, the time control for this one is 2 hours for 40 moves, then a full hour for the next 20, I believe, and then 15 for the rest of the game, with increments starting from move 61, which is sort of old style. And it has been pointed out on Twitter that this is exactly the time control that Magnus played his first 2 matches against Vishy with. This is a somewhat old school time control minder, yeah. It has not really been used in official tournaments for quite some time. Most of the FIDE tournaments outside of the World Championship cycle these days are much faster than this. You play, like the most generally used time control, for instance for the Grand Swiss, the time control was 90 for 40, and then an additional half an hour for the rest of the game, with the increment starting from move 1, which is... like, very, very few games last more than 6 hours. And this one can potentially go, well, not infinite, but 7 hours is certainly not unheard of here.
There's a very sharp question which was already being asked on the Russian version of this channel. And that's why on earth FIDE has different time controls for every second tournament. And there is no answer to that, right?
There's no good answer, yeah. There's no good answer. I think, I mean, the World Championship kind of stands alone, because I think there needs to be an agreement between the 2 parties, sort of which time control to play with. So I think by the time 2 people qualify for the World Championship match, FIDE kind of releases the final decision on time control to them. I'm sure they have some input, but I have a feeling that, let's say, if Team Nepo or Team Magnus says, we're not playing that, whatever that is, then they're not playing that. And that's like the extent of it. But yeah, generally in FIDE tournaments, the time control I mentioned, the 90 plus 30 plus a 30-second increment from move 1, is a very sort of this is a very interesting decision by Magnus. We can go back to talking about time controls.
But B4. So we did not really consider it, but once it's played,
Makes perfect sense, actually. Yeah, because you want to. I wanted to say you want to play rook b8 and then take, but actually the way the white pieces are, you might even be threatening to just take and then go rook b8.
Rook b8, rook b6, and so
just
on.
doubling, and actually kind of attacking and maybe winning the b3 pawn.
Yeah. So the only drawback is, of course, the c4 square for the white knight, but
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
kind of far away.
You tell me
it.
how the knight's getting on c4, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it shows very, very good awareness by Magnus here, because it's not a move that will work in every single position, and it's not a move that immediately comes to mind, I think, if you look at this position. But it's absolutely one of those, just as Miro said. It didn't occur to me at all, and once I saw Magnus play it, I thought, yeah, why didn't it occur to me?
Yeah.
Clearly quite a strong move. Not sure how I would react with white, honestly. And all the people in chat saying, what is Nepo doing? This is exactly how you lose to Magnus. I kind of want to tentatively agree with you.
Yeah,
people have lost games to Magnus like this, definitely.
Yeah, but what he's doing, he's playing moves. I mean, it's
you lose to Magnus. Yeah, you lose to Magnus by making moves against him in a chess game. Can we make a draw by playing something like rook e5 here? I am actually, by this point, actively looking for a forced draw if I can make it.
So once again, perhaps it has to be specified. Yeah, the whole
point with the idea
of
of simplifying like this and then making a draw in that rook ending. I'm guessing if black wants to take on d3, it's much better to include bc.
Yeah,
because then in this endgame you can go rook e6.
You can go rook d6. Yeah, and there won't be king
d3.
e2. Yeah, so that is important, but it's kind of important and not
it's
important
still
at
a
the
draw
same
though.
time,
Yeah, it's still a draw.
b4, like whatever.
B4, yeah. It probably ends up being 3 against 2, but 3 against 2 is very, very easily like something like this will happen, and Magnus will play this position, but he will not win it. He has played a position like this against me once.
Opponent plays cards, Blizzard fix this. Yeah, Lorinda, exactly. How does he lose? Yeah, his opponent is playing cards. That's what Neil says.
Yeah,
chat.
Neil is as usual absolutely spot on. My point about rook e5 is that I really hate the idea of waiting here. I don't really know what a good waiting move is.
Waiting for what?
For black to play rook b8, for instance, I really feel like if you give black an additional tempo here to play rook, like let's say you make a move like f3, f4, and black goes rook b8, I am really beginning to worry about.
Now you have to capture on b4, so that after whatever happens, your structure can be called. I mean, okay, that's a beautiful structure anyway.
Yeah, you go c takes b4 and you resign and you say, I just wanted to give you guys a perfect diagram. That's not actually real advice. I am not your lawyer and all that. Yeah. Hashtag I am not your lawyer.
Not a financial advice. Yeah. There was a suggestion to block everything to go c4, but after knight d4, I'm afraid it's just too much.
You start by losing the pawn on b3, and it probably goes downhill from there.
Yeah.
C4 is not an option. I really do feel like you kind of need to start looking for ways to immediately bail. And I like specifically rook e5 because I want to play knight e3 next. Basically, I am dreaming of actually putting the knight on
c4 square. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
But the question is, can black actually wait for like a move before we take on d3 and play something like king f7? And after knight e3, now I will take on d3 and I will claim that you no longer have your favorite.
Yep.
Simplification. But I guess white maybe holds this. Yeah, this was sort of my point.
Rook d5.
I shared some of my weaknesses, but I at least get some of my pieces to look like they are doing something.
It depends. I mean, maybe we should just... No, there was knight f4 because...
also knight f4,
this. Yeah, this might work.
This is also not stupid, yeah.
Yeah, this might work.
But knight f4 might be stronger, yeah.
Yeah, but I have issues. Maybe you can't really take on b2, like king e2. King e2, I have a check.
Yeah, we can give a check and take this one, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is not an easy draw anymore.
Yeah.
I'm very curious because yeah, it feels like I mean, I definitely would have been looking for a way to make a forced draw here with white, but the issue is I don't see one. At least not
People
so
say
far.
h4, which is liked by Sesse.
But does Sesse actually like the outcome? Like,
yeah,
h4 being first line, I can imagine. But does white have equality here or not? Is my
it's not that type of h4 where you're kind of attacking or that's a scared h4 because you already foresee the knights appearing on f4 and just not to lose this pawn.
Yeah, it's really not great. h4 and rook e1, and this apparently is just equal, and everything else is only slightly worse for white. White is actually, according to the super machine, white is not yet in any kind of mortal danger, but still, the fact that there is now seemingly the only way for actual equality is telling us quite a bit here.
Yeah, once again, we should start talking about human perspective and stuff like that, because if it's an equal position according to Sesse or whatever it is, but you look at it and you're about to, makes you puke, pardon me, coming from white's side. So it's not an equal position, even if, let's say, it's 0-0, but your opponent has a few tries, and in every single try you have to respond with utmost precise moves. That doesn't make it equal in a human game.
No, you really hate what has become of your position by this point with white, and this is not enjoyable for Jan, and it's definitely very enjoyable for Magnus because he knows that his the call he's made with the opening choice here for game 1 is now, I think, by this point we can definitely say it has been fully vindicated because he got a position which I think plays more to his strength than it does to Jan's, and at least, some degree of outplaying has begun.
Yeah, fair point. How about running with the king, like king e2?
Rook b8.
Yeah, king d2, and you take the pawn, I take back with the pawn, and I play king c2. Is that all that bad? So at least my piece is kind of coming back to life. The king is good. Some rook a4, maybe
this makes sense. Can we improve on this with black? Is there some tactic that I might be missing? Knight d4 check sort of comes close, but there is the e5 square for the rook. I almost, the rook is almost defenseless there, but not quite.
Yeah, with the king on f6, knight d4 would actually.
Yeah, that would have been that would have been a very beautiful move with the king on f6. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a much more human decision, I think, than the move h3, h4.
Yeah, just run with the king, and apparently, if it's a human decision and we are told it's not good, so that there must be unhuman refutation to this one.
Yeah, there has to be some reason why it's not great. Maybe the final position is not really all that good anyway for white, but I don't think we are way past the point when we're looking for great positions for white. We're looking for something
we shouldn't be that picky with such a knight on g2 and the pawn structure like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Very curious. And we proclaim that there will not be a time trouble issue in this game for the first time control, but it's very likely that there won't. But considering how difficult the decision is, and I genuinely do think this is a difficult decision for white, 23 minutes for 7 moves here is sort of deceptively not a lot. Because I think you can, this is a position where you can definitely continue thinking for another 15, because nothing really satisfies you.
Yeah.
You can very, very easily imagine that happening.
Yeah, Peter, I remember, at least in my childhood, when I was taught how to play chess and stuff, and my coach would claim that the hardest part is finding the only moves. And that happened to be wrong. I mean, hardest part is finding the move where there is no good move.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I think there's a lot of situations in chess once you get to a certain level where you're kind of begging to be given like a solvable problem where, in particular, if you know the solution exists.
Yeah, like going by method of exclusion.
Yeah.
Right? You know, there is one move which should work, and then, you just deduct one after the other.
Yeah, and compared to a position where everything is sort of ever so slightly sucky, such as here. Because, like, it doesn't feel like white is lost. It just feels like...
Yeah, he's a pawn up.
The trend is obviously very, very much downwards. And you're being sort of pushed around a little bit, and you know that your opponent like won the last 5 moves. Like if you break the game into phases, the latest phase was definitely won by Magnus, who is now clearly the side playing for a win. And you're just sitting there kind of hating everything, perhaps not passionately just yet, but still kind of hating everything and choosing between like 3 moves which all lead to positions you dislike and trying to figure out which one of those you dislike the least. Yeah, this is just not fun at all.
That's a story of me playing chess last couple of years on every single move.
Yeah, it's not unfamiliar. And he does go king e2, so yeah, kudos to you, Miro.
Oh no, that's all the
or alternatively,
the
oh
chat.
my god. Yeah, alternatively, oh my god, you know, Jan is playing our moves, he is doomed. Yeah. One of those things is probably true. Yeah. King e2, yeah, Magnus instantly goes rook b8 because, I mean, allowing the king to get to c2 without even picking up the b3 pawn would be kind of strange. Having played king e2, I assume he just goes king d2 or king d1 now. I don't really see any other logical follow-up. What else could you even suggest here?
I don't know. I'm lost a bit. Lost the thread about your sort of your analysis of the position, because I just thought that we already have a winner of unannounced best question in the chat contest, because there was a question, where's Mr. Dodgy? I mean, and nothing beats that.
Yeah, I actually saw Dodgy in chat, so I don't know why. Yeah, people who are asking that question are clearly not looking for him hard enough and should learn from people such as myself who constantly are on the lookout for that elusive dodgy comment.
But are we talking YouTube chat or...
No, he's on
Twitch, yeah. Because I read some stuff on YouTube. I mean, I should be opening Twitch as well. Okay.
After king c2, isn't there a knight d4? It doesn't quite work because our rook on b3 is hanging. I was thinking about that, but you can't really make it work because yes, it's very beautiful. It's a discovered check. The rook on e3 will fall, but you're also giving up the rook on b3. So that
But hang on a second. And if we delayed for one move, if we move the rook to say b5, what does he do?
b5 or we should have to choose a square.
For
Let's say
b5.
I assume I just go rook e1 because I want this anyway.
Yeah.
And I probably want rook eb1. And I also don't want to blunder knight d4 check, which is definitely part of the equation there.
Yeah, it's, strangely, not too far from claiming I have a better structure with white.
In particular, if this knight actually lands on c4.
Lands on c4, yeah.
Kind of cementing everything, you can start thinking maybe I can be better in this game again. But obviously,
naughty thoughts. Knight g5. I have h4, right?
Probably h4.
Yeah, that'd be a weird thing to trap the knight on f3 with my own knight on g2. And I ran into knight d4 again. Yeah, that's beautiful. We just moved it away, not to be on f3.
We just prevented this, and now we're running into it again. Yeah. King d2 played in the meantime, and Magnus's play up to this point. You can make an argument that because king c2 is more or less impossible here because of knight d4 check, you can actually make a waiting move such as, king f7.
Okay,
and I think you still win the b3 pawn next move anyway. But I don't know what that gains, and it gives white an option of maybe playing rook e1 and hoping maybe to trade some rooks if you cash in now. But I guess maybe rook e1 you can start jumping from this side.
Yeah, this knight g5 is...
It's kind of annoying. It's surprisingly annoying. I mean, you can play rook e3, but it looks kind of weird to just be constantly vacillating between those two squares. And now maybe we can start going in from the side, yeah. Although rook a2
Rook
still keeps...
a2 was the...
Yeah, as long as you don't allow rook b2 check here, you're probably not doing that poorly.
Rook b1, though?
Yeah, but does it really create any significant threats? Like, maybe, I don't know. Who knows? And Magnus decided to cash in immediately, so...
Which is, taking on c3.
Yeah, you never not take with the pawn here, so... Like, this is too ugly to come to discuss. This is not a thing.
There's no move.
Yeah, there's just, you can't even play rook a3 because knight b5 check. Yeah, this is not a thing. bc played. Rook b3 played. I assume king c2 is going to be the choice here, in particular because at this very moment you cannot play rook cb6 at all because of rook takes e6. Yeah, we're aware about the YouTube chat issue. I don't actually have mod privileges in that YouTube channel just yet, so I can't really do very much. But mods have been, I think, on the case already.
Yeah.
Well played, mods. King c2 played, so the rook will go away. I kind of briefly considered playing c4, dc4, knight c5. But there's a number of issues with this. First issue is dc4 is not even forced. I think you can make an argument for playing d4. Although, maybe this is actually
No. This one is that the knight on g2 is very unusual, but I'll take it.
Sorry, like that was... I think, we're actually reaching the point where my brain just starts glitching every 3 seconds. But also dc4, knight c5, and something like rook e5 is probably just completely fine for white. Creating a threat of rook takes c5, and also creating a very important idea of including our final piece in the game. Even though black probably makes a draw with rook d2 check and knight d3 check.
Yeah, right.
So my expectation is that the rook will go back. I don't know which square I would choose. Like, I think b5 and b7 are my current favorites. b6 is extremely solid, but also kind of passive because we're not threatening to double on the b file. And I think you want to have at least the option of doubling on the b file. So that would be my, like, 4th choice here. I think rook b7 or rook b5 are more natural. Who is better here? I assume black is a little bit better, but probably not enough to beat the best defense. The issue is how easy the best defense actually is. And this I don't quite know.
Would you agree that it's imbalanced enough that all 3 results are possible? In short, no.
I don't think black can lose this position. I mean, obviously black can lose this position.
You can blunder a rook.
Like you can immediately blunder something and resign, but as long as some sort of normal course of play continues, I don't think white ever gets anywhere near winning chances.
Yeah, king c2 played?
Yeah, king c2 played. I was just trying to figure out what's what. Yeah, and Sese apparently also is not very enthused yet about the black win. But black definitely isn't running any risks.
So what did we say? Okay, we moved the rook, whatever. b5, b7, something. What does white do? Rook e5?
Rook e5 is one move, rook e1 is another, to maybe try to... I mean, I would like to play rook e5 if it doesn't lose, right? It's more active. You maybe want to put it on some gooder squares later.
More better squares.
More better squares, yeah. More squares, more better.
King f... No, and we said knight g5 here, which for some reason I feel like shouldn't be enough for a real advantage. Knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5 is always a topic, but yeah, how strong it actually is unclear.
Yeah, because
it does always represent this kind of a stupid trap, right? Like even here, you can go knight f3, and the only move is rook e2, not rook e3, because rook e3 once again allows this. I mean, this doesn't lose yet, but you probably don't want to allow it.
yeah.
Apart from rook g5, from knight g5, you can go king f7, just a kind of a quiet waiting move, asking white to commit to something. Is rook b6? Yeah, we should probably show this line because it doesn't work, but it's good to show it. Rook b6, rook e6, rook b2 check. The only move, of course, is because we need to keep in touch with the rook on b2.
King c1,
to be able to pick it up, we have to play king c1. But after rook takes f2, what I assume is what Henrik missed in the YouTube chat is the fact that the rook on b6 is hanging. Otherwise, if like with the rook, let's say on b7 here, I think this would be something you could at least calculate for like 3 seconds, and then probably you still don't play it because of knight e1.
Because knight e1, yeah.
Yeah,
but as it is, yeah, just too many enemy. You drop the b6 rook.
And Jan actually chooses this moment to play h3, h4, which I think is it's basically a defensive move. And yeah, Magnus did choose b7, which was my
a check. Let me ask you.
I guess he just thinks king d1 is fine.
A check. So he goes to d1.
Because you definitely don't blunder knight d4 check. There's like 0 chance he did not see knight d4 check there. And now the knight has to go to some squares which don't really look particularly threatening. Like if you play knight b3 and white plays, let's say, rook a4, and then knight a4, you kind of have to ask yourself why you misplaced your knight so much.
Interestingly, the knight on e6 also no longer looks that efficient.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm pretty sure this is why he played h4. He is just like hard forbidding black to play knight g5. He no longer wants to ever spend any time calculating knight g5 in for the rest of the game, and I think it makes perfect sense. You want to safeguard your king side because fighting this fight on both sides of the board was much more problematic. And if he can shift much of the weight to protecting the king on c2, I think he will manage.
So now, rook to b6, white will have to play...
I'm guessing rook a2.
Rook a2.
I'm guessing rook a2.
And still there is no way, at least no way that I can see how to add this knight from e6 into the game.
Yeah. I was sort of looking at even here playing knight d4 check, but it's one check. It doesn't really do very much. White will take and play rook, well, anywhere really, and then king d2, and you cannot really get to the king on d2.
Yeah,
it's a bit too romantic to expect piece sacrifices to work when there's only 2 pieces on the board left. So what do we think?
I would still be looking for a way to play for an advantage with black, but...
Yeah, absolutely, but how?
Just slowly? King f7?
Yeah, king f7 always makes sense.
Yeah, it's an endgame. King is a piece. Let's just bring it closer.
Mm-hmm.
That was just played, by the way. Yeah, rook to e1.
Yeah, there's not gonna be any recaps, Eric. I am planning to, barely survive as it is with daily commentary with this time control and these players, because I think whenever Magnus is involved in a title match, you get pretty much no quote-unquote rest days, apart from maybe game 12. Like, if somehow the scores are level after game 11, maybe we will get a game 12, which will not, test our patience too much. But until then.
There's a slight problem with that plan, Peter, because we have 14 games this time. So game 12...
Game 14, yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah, so the last game, it was a clear hint that the last game not being kind of seriously played till the very end in both matches. Magnus was involved recently.
Knows his format, check, yeah. My mods are the best mods. I think I'm pretty sure actually that this is the first time in recent memory, or maybe the first time ever, when they're playing this weird 3 then 2 then 3 then 2 kind of schedule, right? Because I think it used to be 2 and then rest day and then 2 and then rest day.
Actually, had no idea they had a schedule.
Yeah, no, they're playing 3 and then the rest day on Monday, then 2, and then the rest day on Thursday, and then 3. And rinse repeat. Which is actually very challenging, I think.
For the players.
For the players, yeah, in terms of like just stamina.
And you know, a little bit of insight, but as far as I know, they are staying far away from the expo. Well, the match, the game itself, it's played in the Dubai Expo, and they are staying like 40 minutes drive or something. Or
and all the people saying things about, you know, keeping the games to, you know, sort of fixed. Like this schedule just makes it so that they play Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week. And yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. All I'm saying, I'm not saying it's a bad schedule. I'm just saying that it's like significantly more challenging than the usual 2 rest day, 2 rest day, 2 rest day schedule that they would normally play. It does make perfect sense because you do want to maximize weekends, in terms of like people watching and general attention to the event. You of course want every Saturday and Sunday to be a game day. That was not a criticism at all. It's just that they will be, as the famous cricket quote goes, they will be bloody tired by the end of it.
Okay, so now this knight from G2, it wants to go to E3 and C4.
Yeah, we definitely want. Yeah, first priority for white here is getting this guy here, and first priority for black is to figure out if there's a way to stop it.
So C4, D4 doesn't really improve the situation for black.
I was looking at that, but I don't see. Yeah, I don't like. You also.
You kind of need a move right here, right now.
Yeah, and you make the game suddenly kind of double-edged because this position you can suddenly lose because, you know, if something like this happens, this guy might just fall. And white also suddenly has a protected passer in the center.
And a subtle threat of D4, D5 winning
and also,
the piece.
Yeah, a subtle threat of winning the piece immediately. Yes,
in one
C4,
move, yeah.
C4, it's not impossible that you can make this move, but you kind of you kind of need very, very concrete justification for it. Because yeah, it's very committal, and I'm not sure it's great strategically.
Yeah. So running out of ideas what exactly we have to do. If we allow this 93 knights, not that I'm worried great deal, but
Yeah,
F6.
Magnus actually does say I'm okay with it. I guess after knight e3 he goes knight f4, says in exchange for you getting the knight to e3, I get to occupy a very nice square by my own knight as well. Knight c4, I guess something like. I wanted to go rook d7, but that actually blunders an exchange.
What
Not
do
sure.
we do? Rook e7 all of a sudden?
Yeah, some kind of a trade, I guess. Rook e7 or...
Yeah, because I thought like if we trade both rooks, I'm ready to claim that black is close to winning. Because
Close to winning,
G5
yeah.
and 2 passed pawns.
Absolutely, and we can actually very easily demonstrate why that is by playing two really horrible moves by white, like rook e1 and rook e6 check are both like horrendous and should never ever be even contemplated.
And then I don't know what white does, but black plays h5, g5, h4,
Oh yeah,
not
that's
even moving
simpler,
the king.
Yeah, that's even simpler. Yeah, you just go h5, h5, g5, hg, h4, and you kind of queen the h pawn.
Yeah.
General kind of procedural note, telling us to stick to certain subjects tends to be counterproductive.
No, I don't think it was towards us, because we're still gonna discuss whatever we please to discuss. No, that was...
Yeah, but just in general, like also, I mean, and if you're trying to, get, Twitch chat to stay off certain subjects, that's also
It's even harder. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an even stranger, requirement from objective reality.
Okay, so far we are moving towards this direction. Knight e3 was played. And
yeah, I mean, you definitely cannot, keep the knight on g2 forever. So you are going to play knight e3. Yeah. Allowing knight d5 check would be a very, very strange follow-up to playing king f6. So yeah, I'm expecting knight f4 or perhaps rook d7. But rook d7, knight c4, it looks like a kind of a strange move to make because now you suddenly have to think how to react to the threat of knight e5.
Yeah, and not like the knight on e6 has any better square than f4.
Yeah, I don't see what we're trying to save by not playing knight f4 straight away.
Okay, I have a version. Rook a4 might be a bit disturbing. Could this be the thing?
How
Rook
about this?
a4. Wow. It's a check.
And I think
now
it actually works, right?
Starting collecting. Yeah. I mean, I have to take on b2. That's a very nice tactical point. I'm glad that I've blundered this rook b2 so that people can see.
It actually escapes.
Yeah, you collect like
f3.
all the guys. Yeah, knight 1, knight f3, that wins. Yeah.
We win absolutely everybody. Yeah. So rook a4 would be a mistake, but we also got to move 40. So Jan is actually already probably already has gotten off his chair and gone to stretch and perhaps drink a drink of water. And Magnus needs just to make move 40 here and has 9 minutes for it. But that means that if we can find a useful move to prepare it, rook a4 might be a threat. Like if I can move this rook somewhere where it's not so easily forked via d3. Yeah, like... But then I guess black just goes rook cb6 and you never really have any time for it anyway. Rook b1, maybe?
Rook b1, yeah. Kind of hinting that, you'll probably be able to trade one pair of rooks, but you'll never be able to trade both, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
In case of rook b6, there is also rook takes a6. I mean, just the power of cross-spinning.
Yeah, it's
very, probably a
very
silly
cute
move anyway, because rook b7, rook a2, and I don't think white is happy, but...
And actually, after rook b6, you might be in trouble with black, because we can reintroduce this idea.
Yeah.
With a lot of potential threats.
g5? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but I can take anyway, this is the issue.
You can take it like that.
Yeah, I can take anyway, and I'm not even giving you a passer, yeah.
I want to explain why was this g5 about, because I wanted to blunder the other pin, or the other double attack. Yeah, knight check, king f3, h5, and God
who knows what this is. Yeah, maybe black wins, yeah, but...
Stopping a pawn or not, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, rook takes f4 immediately is a bit stronger there.
Okay, so fair point. Yes, after rook... After knight f4, rook b1. What am I supposed to do?
I'm not sure. I guess we are taking.
Maybe I don't care about the b file all that much. Yeah,
we just take and play g5, I guess, and just start pushing.
With one rook, maybe I'm fine going g5. Yeah, because this kind of also spoils the structure for myself. But
yeah, I mean, with two rooks, this would have been very risky because I think white probably would have been able to exploit this. But here, like rook g1, we go back to f6. I still think white holds reasonably comfortably after something like rook g8, because once white pieces kind of get operational freedom to harass the black setup, I think it's quite easily holdable, even though like you probably still prefer black here because of the outside passers. It is currently on h7, but once it starts running, it probably runs quite quickly.
Yeah. And there was also, instead of g5, I thought could be that a5 to start with. I mean, I don't know what for. Just rook
b7, h5, I guess.
I'll say h5,
and then play g5. Yeah. I mean, the issue with a5 is that in effect you're sacrificing this pawn. It's probably not surviving this, but maybe we have enough on the other side of the board not really care all that
Rook
much.
A5 H4, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We just have enough play here to, I mean, at least never be worse.
Yeah, I'm not worried about being worse at the very least. Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Magnus is still taking his sweet time on this decision, though. He obviously, realizes that the knight on f4 is not as permanent as it might look because of all the counterplay from this side. Is c4 never an option here? I mean, for white probably. Against which move, though, Bastiano? And he went rook d7, which is kind of curious because we were saying that, since white is playing knight c, I guess I think I see his point. He is basically saying, with the knight on e3, my knight on f4 was always getting attacked from the side. So I kind of want to very, very strongly invite you to play knight c4. Make some kind of a move here. I'm not sure which move. My problem is I don't know which move he is making here.
Rook to d5, perhaps?
Rook
maybe
to d5,
you no
maybe,
longer
yeah.
need the rook on the 7th rank?
And now I can start playing knight f4 again, because the attack from the side is much less potent with the knight on c4 in the way. This is kind of curious. Yeah, I don't know what I think about it. I do know what I think about life in general, though. And what I think about life in general right now is that I have been talking for 4 hours straight without getting up from the chair. And I'm becoming quite unhappy about that.
Yeah.
So I
So
want
what
to
do we
say,
do?
I want to say they reached move 40, and they will now take a bit of a break to kind of reassess. And there's very likely going to be 4 hours straight without BGs. Yeah, for me. So I think it's a very natural point to just show you some videos and actually do the stretching and the drinking of water, which I mentioned earlier as a good idea.
Yeah.
Hey Rhinestone, how are you doing? So let me find a video for you to play, and then we will do that. See you guys on the other side of this break. It's going to be, I don't know, 7 to 10-ish minutes, I feel.
Vishy, you played 2 matches against Carlsen.
played chess?
You are the most experienced match player against him, and overall.
It's not the question for you. It's the question for the guys in the shirts
like
and ties.
Probably it's like the third place in history in terms of amounts of matches
mainly
you
a
played.
question for
What do you expect
for them
in November, December in Dubai?
I think we're
Will there be any hard
just
fight?
trying to
Are you building an empire?
What can I say? I
chess
think
empire? What is
important
the plan?
thing first is
It's not the question for you. It's the question.
Nepo's style
for the
is
guys
somehow
in the shirts and
incompatible with
ties.
Magnus's. In the sense that for Magnus, it's not easy to lock into the style.
mainly a question
But
for
whether he can
for
actually,
them.
Nepo
I
can
think
keep
we're
the
just trying.
And hopefully we're back.
Yep.
Thanks for hopefully not abandoning us completely. I also, once I got out of the chair, I realized I haven't actually eaten since 10 a.m. in the morning. So I adjusted that as well.
Wow,
And,
that means
and,
you've eaten 10 in the morning. I mean, so that's already something.
Yeah, that's not nothing. Definitely not nothing. And in the meantime, Jan expectedly played knight c4, and Magnus replied with a cheeky little move rook e7, which I thought was a trap, but actually isn't. I thought after knight e5 check, you can play. Sorry, not check. Yeah, I thought I am actually losing my mind. I thought knight d4 check was very clever, with the idea of rook takes e5 after, but yeah, knight takes e6 is a bit of a problem with that variation.
Yeah.
So, is this a draw offer? Can I just play knight e5 here, and then knight c4, and then knight e5, and then go home? Seems like it to me, but maybe I'm missing something.
like under no circumstances you go back to like c7. Yeah, because I thought move the rook, he takes on a6, and then you jump with the knight. But there is a slight problem with that. The knight on e6 is pinned.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was also trying to find a way to, if we want to avoid the draw, we need to make some move like rook 6d8 or something like that. But it more or less loses, because after rook a6, you don't have knight d4 is...
You don't have anything.
Yeah, knight d4 is not a legal move you can make. And it seems like Jan is generally... I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but Jan has played knight e5 rather quickly here.
Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, knight e5, rook either b6 or d6. Can white try all of a sudden?
Exactly, yeah. The question is after what I assume is rook d6, because I think you want your pieces sort of more connected. You don't want to... since... I wanted to say if you play rook b6 instead, you are potentially leaving yourself vulnerable to more forks. But mainly I just want the things as close together
rook
as possible.
d6 feels...
Yeah, and he has played rook d6, and Jan wasted no time whatsoever playing knight c4. People are suggesting knight e5, rook c8, rook a6, king g7, but you are just kind of playing for a loss here. It's like this. You cannot really call this playing for a win. It's sort of playing for a loss. You are back to being a pawn down, and your compensation now is... I mean, there is some compensation after knight f4, but I don't think...
that's kind of let me make a draw type of compensation.
Yeah.
Please let me make a draw, right? It's not... I mean, you can easily compare white knight being on e1 and now on e5. And that's...
Yeah, exactly. I just don't believe white can be worse here. And yeah, it seems like the game is actually over, so we could have avoided taking that break. But then the stream would have been deprived of my absolutely gorgeous, editing and general... What's the word? Using OBS. Like, I showed my prowess at running. Like, I think I ran like 10 different videos at the same time with all the audio available, which must have been a very pleasant 15 seconds for the viewers. They must have enjoyed it greatly.
Not bad.
And yeah, the game is officially drawn now. There is a result announced. Not a surprise. 10 minutes of ads in 30 seconds. Great value. Yeah, this is exactly how we want to run this channel. We do know we need to run ads, but we want to go for like a concentrated bombardment instead of like the drip strategy of the noob streamers, which do it the old way. Anyway, actually quite an eventful first game, despite the queens coming off by move 15. I think a nice preview for the match.
Yeah.
Both players really well prepared in the opening, because I mean Jan absolutely blasting king f1 in this position, I think, is a very, very good indication of how widely he prepared in the Spanish. Because if they actually covered 8 knight a5, this is very, very
This
good
is
work
serious,
by,
yeah.
this is very good work by Jan and team. Seems like he did not look at rook fb8 very seriously, but you can excuse that because really, I mean, if you look at every single pawn sacrifice in the Spanish, you can't be expected to delve very, very deeply into every single line. Mediocre start by Magnus says keep you. I don't think he will be disappointed. I think he will feel that maybe towards the end of the first time control, like somewhere around here, in particular after knight g2 before, it felt like maybe he will get somewhere.
Yeah,
but
like
when I
have a chance, yeah.
Yeah, but when I said a good preview for the match, what I meant also, like I wanted to continue. Yes, both are very well prepared theoretically, but also I think this game shows that even if Jan runs into some issues, even if Jan, like somewhere around here, you could definitely make an argument that he is absolutely drifting into a kind of a position people absolutely dread getting against Magnus. He took a longish pause at this point, realized he needs to return material, found the reasonably harmonious way to return it without losing kind of cohesion in his position. I very much liked the move h3, h4, which I think is also showing very great awareness of what he needs to do here, and stopping potential problems with knight g5. I think it shows kind of great composure because things are not going right, and there's all this knight d4 check shenanigans which you might overreact to. But he just very calmly realized, I need to stop. I need to make my king side less vulnerable to attacks. So he spent a tempo on this, and he held it without too much issues at all. So I think there's definitely positives for both of them. Jan, I think, when all is said and done, he will not be particularly happy with the outcome of the opening, and nobody is, ecstatic about not really pressing with the white pieces in a World Championship match. But he did kind of drift into an unpleasant position, and then collected himself, did not panic, limited the damage very, very well, and gets to go and play game 2 tomorrow, and I think in reasonably fine spirits. Pretty sure both of them are kind of okay with this game, honestly.
Yeah, it's not like you're expecting to start the match. I mean, it would be nice to, but it's not like you're expecting, okay, it's game 1, I'm white, so let's just win it and continue from there, right? He tried, yes, it didn't work out, but as you absolutely correctly pointed out, that not losing this game is very important, because we do remember a bit younger Jan Nepomniachtchi who would easily lose this one. I mean, it doesn't go his way, and he would play fast and just
exactly, like it could definitely somewhere around, once again coming back to this position after knight g2 before, and I'm pretty sure he must have missed before just as we did. It could have easily spiraled out of control from here for him in the past. And he kept very, very firm control on the proceedings from here today, which I think bodes quite well, because I think you cannot really expect a 14-game match against Magnus to not feature a single worse position. So the way he handled a position which was kind of becoming worse today is very, very creditable for him. And from Magnus's viewpoint, I mean, he didn't really leave very much on the table, even in this position. Like, I think at its highest, he was only very marginally better.
Yeah.
So I think he will feel that this was a good workout. He played well. He made a number of very solid decisions. I liked knight g7 in particular. I thought knight g7 was a very cute move. He is, as is absolutely the norm these days, he is very well prepared in the opening. I think that the times of Magnus kind of playing something and then hoping it will carry him because he is so good at chess are way, way in the past. These days he is just a kind of a universally accepted monster of opening prep. And now we get to see, as another, cricket saying goes, you can't really judge how the match is standing until both sides batted. Tomorrow we will see how Magnus does with the white pieces. And that will be very interesting. That will be very interesting because I think he generally is extremely solid with black these days. It's very difficult to get very far against him with white. And Jan, over the course of his career, has... I think his approach to playing with the black pieces has always been, I want a lively position. I don't particularly care if it's equal or not.
Yeah.
I want a lively position I kind of like the spirit of. That's very important. Like not any kind of a lively position, but the lively position that is like in his character. And in particular, I'm thinking of all the Grunfelds he's played. And very often in the Grunfeld, he would be... Does it look like the board will be taking spin? Yeah. It's unclear yet, but like this is only day one, this is sort of tea at day one. We don't know about spin yet. Sorry, I will be taking every single question like that. So like in the Grunfelds, he would very often not go for the absolute forcing lines in favor of something that kept pieces on the board, even if I'm pretty sure his own screen was telling him you are passing up things which are 0-0-0 in favor of something which is like 0-40 or 0-50. This approach is extremely risky against a player like Magnus, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see, maybe not immediately tomorrow because it's only one game, but I think we will, over the course of a couple of black games, we will see what he's aiming to do for this match. Whether there has been like a more or less complete overhaul of the way he treats openings in favor of something much more solid, something much more, quote unquote objective, or if he just wants to kind of stick to his guns and play the way that always suited him so well. But I don't think we'll know until tomorrow.
No, and I don't think we will know tomorrow. So it's not like, not that I have a strong opinion, but this channel, once again, the Russian version of this channel is known for a lot of side betting and bold predictions and stuff like that. So I'm betting on no Grunfeld tomorrow. I mean,
no, but that actually kind of answers my question. If he switches from... And he's already kind of began the switch, right? He started playing more solid openings against 1-4. I think the candidates already started kind of showing us glimpses of the other repertoire being built.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Grunfeld is actually unlikely. I think Grunfeld presents, much as I love the opening and much as I think that, the opening is actually quite healthy right now. The state of the opening, as I understand it, right this moment, I think Grunfeld is doing very well, but this is something he's played all his life, so he can't expect Magnus not to have something there, and I would expect something fresh. No, this is a draw, yeah. It definitely is a draw.
Times we are living in, Peter. Not only we are not allowed to travel, but Rogozin defense is considered to be something more solid than basically anything else.
Than anything, yeah. Like if we see, then again, Rogozins these days come in all shapes and sizes, and some of the Rogozins I actually wouldn't mind at all tomorrow because they look like some kind of an absolutely unbelievable Martian landscape. Like if I will obviously mix up the move order again, but if we can be allowed some discussion of what will definitely not happen tomorrow, like some of the modern Rogozins are just, a sight to behold. Like if you talk about these lines in particular, like how does this go? Yeah, like
perhaps
how do they do this?
96? Maybe just 94. You mean this?
Maybe even the immediate all this stuff. This is just
G3 or Bishop E3 F5 or
How does this even go?
Maybe they give a check and therefore
they play knight c6 somewhere. I think they play knight c6 somewhere. Yeah, knight d2, they take, they play bishop a3, right? Rook b1, f5, d3, bishop d6. Like, you know, this is now a kind of a starting position for a discussion, which is I mean, quite remarkable in itself. And I mean, I have no opinion on whether this is good or not for white. And there was a very interesting game in a European Championship, which I even posted in our very small Discord, where basically play for both players started around move 22 in some kind of an incredibly weird position in which white had an extra pawn, but black had these two pawns on g4 and f3, and the king was still on e1 somehow. Oh. And basically all of that was blitzed out. So the Ragozin is, I actually wouldn't mind the Ragozin tomorrow, because I think the likelihood of a Ragozin actually being extremely exciting is quite high.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Obviously, you know, this is just pure guesswork. I have absolutely no insight on what either team is planning, and we are somehow assuming Magnus will play 1d4, which is like very, very far from a given.
Yeah, and speaking of 1e4, once again, I mean, we will have a lot of games of both of those happening for sure, I believe. d4, e4. What do you think? Will it be Naidov or something? Basically, anything else is surprising. Like, I don't think it will be French.
Yeah, I think the French experiment has been shelved.
Yeah,
I would be very very surprised if French reappears, because I mean, it's a very exciting opening, and Jan actually played a lot of it in his much younger years. He was, when I first started preparing for him, he was just a player of the French defense. It was very much his repertoire opening, and then he gave up the French for the Naidorf, which I think is a very healthy choice. And the positions he got in the French in the candidates weren't all bad, but I think the way those games went must have been at least a little bit discouraging, because it seemed like the opening wasn't really agreeing with him very well. It seemed like, even if the positions he got were objectively not bad at all, it seemed like he wasn't treating them as confidently as he would have done something like a Naidorf. Magnus has been playing a decent amount of Naidorf on the white side, though, and he has tried pretty much every single move on move 6.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems. I understand it's a World Championship match. You had half a year to prepare or whatever, but still, like, if you think how broad the perimeter is, like you might find yourself preparing against 6a3 or whatever the move is.
6a3 is a very serious move.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you that for nothing. I've been playing 6a3 sort of consistently after it was played against me in Riga, and enjoying myself greatly, because it is a fun move to play. So yeah, I think at this point we kind of need to stop with the guessing. We will be live tomorrow at about the same time, roughly 15 minutes before the start of the game, to hopefully run some videos for you which won't have 10 different soundtracks on them, and then talk about what we expect to happen in game 2. We might have guests. The situation with guests on this channel right now is slightly in flux. There definitely will be more guests, but we will probably know kind of early on the day who and when and if there will be. I will try to keep it updated on Twitter, but yeah, that information is sort of not nailed down, and I'm not expecting it to be nailed down too often. So yeah, please tune in. We're going to be doing it every day, every game day, and for the entire match. And it was very nice to see a lot of people here, considering this channel basically only just appeared on the horizon. Levitov Chess is an absolutely premier source for your Russian chess videos, but this is the first foray into the English streaming, and it was very, very nice to see people here, keeping us company and cheering us on. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and we will find out a little bit about what to expect from Magnus's White Games.
Yeah, so thanks very much. It was nice seeing you, Peter, again and commentating something. Yeah, I mean, I think it was the first time ever we do it in English. I mean,
very possibly, yeah.
If we don't count like you popping in the studio after the game sometime, I think that's precisely the first time.
Yeah, as a kind of a dedicated English broadcast, I don't think we've ever done it. We've ever done it before, and
but we will.
Yeah, very very happy to be doing it, and yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow. Yep. Cheers.